Hello, and welcome to the second day of the FIDE World Team Chess Championship. This is Grandmaster Harshit Rajan. Alongside with me, this very special guest, an Indian star of the women's chess team, International Master Padmini, and a good friend. Hi, Padmini.
Hi Harshit, hello chat. Hi everyone. I'm really excited for today's games. And yesterday we played solid. And okay,
Mhm.
we are it's a World Team Championship and different format, and everyone is warming up. So today will be really exciting, I think.
And how was your? How do you think India did yesterday? It was two draws by the Indian team against Israel and Poland.
Poland. Yeah, I think in team tournaments, it's you can never say, because unlike other team sports, we are playing on individual boards and our individual points are counting. And chess is such a tough game. Like unlike any other sport, you play 50 good moves and then you make one bad move and the game turns upside down. Like all the advantages you build up doesn't stay. So it was. I think our team did well, and they'll come back and win games today, hopefully. Yeah.
Yeah, and today we are playing against the mighty Azerbaijani team,
Yes.
um, which has Rajabov and Shakriar, both of the top two players playing. It's going to be a very tough match for the Indian team, and I think all the four boards will have to, take their game one step above to do
Yeah,
well.
and Azerbaijan has won both the matches, and yeah, they are like playing really well, and all the team is performing well. So yeah, our team will have to take it one step up today.
Yeah, and maybe our producer can show us the cameras if the players are ready. I think the games should be starting very soon. Padmini, what do you think the Indian team has to do, or what do you think the predictions will be for today's match?
Uh, on a practical note, I feel it might be a 2-2 again, but
Mhm.
obviously I want our team to win, and um, it'll depend on whose side the luck is today, because like I said earlier, it's just about one move. Like it
Yeah,
can be a great game and things can turn on either side. So I
yeah.
hope things will go well for us today.
And here we see the games have
Yeah.
begun. We see the Polish team playing against the
Yes.
team of Israel today. Would it be possible, producer bhai, to get our cameras on the Indian team? As I see that the games have begun,
Yes.
um, and Shakriar has played one d4 against Vidit, and here we see all the Indian players. Padmini,
Yes. I think it's really wonderful nowadays that we can see the players and we can see the emotions. That's the best thing about over the board chess. See, we can feel the position from the actions of the players also.
yeah, d4. Um, Knight f6, c4, e6 has been played. Uh,
So this game, it's a attacking player versus positional player. Or what do you think, Harshit?
yeah, it's going to be a battle between styles. Um,
Yeah.
I think that this will be a crucial game for Vidit to hold because Mehmetyarov is someone who really likes dynamic chess and can be a very tough opponent to face in this shorter time control. So I think that if Vidit manages to hold on board one for the Indian team, would be a great result. And
And
after
also
bishop
with the
e4,
white pieces.
yeah, also with the
Yeah.
white pieces, yeah. And now g3, this kind of rare line played, Padmini, castles
Yeah.
bg2, d5, knight f3.
It's like Catalan, yes? Or is it the Catalan? Anytime
Our
Knight of G3 comes, I feel it's the Catalan.
our bishop is on b4. I think that is the only like the bishop is usually on e7,
Yeah.
and here the bishop is on b4. So that I think is the only difference with the Catalan. And I think Carlsen had a very similar game against Hans Niemann in the St. Louis, the infamous game where
Oh
Carlsen
yeah,
Hans had actually managed to beat.
and with some theories also. Yeah.
Yeah. And DC4 Castle has all been played on the board. And Knight C6 played. I think Vidit is well prepared against this.
Mhm. Yeah, I think this is the opening to be prepared against. Like if you are playing with Bishop B4,
Uh-huh.
it's somehow become crucial. Yeah.
Yeah. Rook to E1 played. Padmini, what do you think about this move?
Yeah, I think White is trying to get the center and have all the pieces develop and create attacking chances like for the pawn. I
Mhm.
think White will not try to capture the c4 pawn anytime soon and try to create play elsewhere. And it will be a task how to develop the c8 bishop.
Yeah. Maybe let's quickly jump and see what the other openings have been. We have here Nihal versus Rajabov. Nihal is playing with the white pieces, and he started with the Catalan as well. But look at this move, Padmini. Queen to d3.
Yeah. Yeah,
What is this?
it's a off-bit line probably.
He goes for queen to d3. And if you take on c4, I think we transpose into some sort of a theory after queen c2. But some very interesting play here by Nihal.
Yes. So dc4, queen c4, a6, and either a4 or castle b5 transposes. Yes.
But white has not castled yet. So I
So
don't
it is
know.
still a theoretical question. Yes, because
Yeah.
a4
Mm-hmm.
and I think they go bishop d7. Is it?
You can still go b5, yeah, because
Oh
bishop
yeah,
b7.
b5.
So I don't know if a4 was the move. I'm not sure actually, to be honest.
Yeah,
But
probably that's why they play queen c2, a6, and then a4 before capturing on c4. Bishop
mhm.
d7, queen c4.
So queen d2, queen d3, a6.
No, instead of queen d3,
Uh-huh.
let's say they had castle,
Yeah.
c4, queen c2, a6, a4, bishop d7, queen
Yeah.
c4, c5,
Mhm.
bishop c6.
Bishop c6. Yeah. I think this is one of the main lines in the Catalan. We've seen thousands of games. Srinath
Yes.
has also made a course on this, so we'll be very happy to see this position. Queen d3, c5 was the move chosen by Rajabov, putting direct pressure on the central pawns of white. And castle knight c6, we have this position.
Yeah.
So
So
seems, yep.
yeah, I think so. White is bringing the queen out too early, so white is trying to take if black can take advantage of the early queen
Mhm.
advance.
CD5, and we might see maybe some isolated pawn position, or black might take with the knight. Very interesting and solid opening here so far. Let's quickly just see what's if there is any other interesting opening happening. We have Sasikiran playing today. I think for the first time, um, right, Padmini?
Yeah, yeah. So this is his first game in the World Team Championship, like in this tournament.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And we know how experienced he is in these team formats. He has played countless number of team events for the Indian team, so it will be very exciting to see how he does today.
Yes, he has been also a role model, and I know, like, I have heard a lot of stories that he's one of the most hardworking players, and I think it'll be a very interesting fight this game.
Yeah, and we see this kind of a Neo Grunfeld opening by Sashi, just playing slowly, trying to play for a long game. B3 played. Um, uh, How do you like this opening for white?
So sometimes I play knight f3, g3, bishop g2, and this is one of the setups I'll also like to take. And I think or like at least the 3 games we have seen so far, they're having a similar kind of a feel. Like no one is taking anyone lightly, and they're trying to first build up the position before going for the full throttle. So they're like developing. It's like slow positional maneuvers now. It'll be going on, and we will see how the games progress. Yeah.
Yeah, and the last game, Padmini, we have Narayanan SL who scored the crucial victory yesterday in our 2-2 draw against Poland, playing here with the black pieces against Gusenov Kadir. It was a 4 knights opening, bishop b4, and this very, very solid opening was chosen by white. I think black should be very happy with
The
the outcome, right?
Yes. Yes. I think SL is also well prepared with the opening. So, yeah, I think he should be happy. He'll be happy.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that black will ever try to create chances from this, or do you think that black is going to be happy with the draw in this game?
No, sometimes I've seen that even though we go into theoretically, lines where we get opposite color bishops, like this is one of those lines, but still one of the side tries, like if they have any slight advantage also, like yesterday also stream I was watching, and Soumya was saying that, opposite color bishops, the side who has the advantage, they'll go for it. So like right now it's everything is equal, I think, and but if one side gets even any tiny bit of advantage, like black has double pawns, so if that can be an advantage, I think they'll play.
Yeah.
And for black also same, if the pieces get exchanged and if black gets the diagonal, maybe a to h1, if they somehow, if it opens, like sometimes they'll play c5 and all.
Yeah.
So maybe black will also continue.
Yeah, and we were mentioning about Sashi and how he has played so many Olympiads. For all the chat, Padman is the only player from the Indian women team to have played more than 100 games in the Olympiad for the Indian. Actually, it's about Sashi. Sorry, my
Yeah.
bad. That Sashi is the only player who has played more than 100 games in the Olympiad. That's a lot of games, Padmini.
Yeah, I think he has been playing the Olympiads even before you were born probably, and even before I started playing chess. So yeah, that's 100 games it is a milestone, and he is a legend.
Yeah.
So
It's going to be, I'm very excited myself to see how, these very experienced players per se are going to do against this kind of young players. We see Nihal playing, who is is like 18 or 19 years old, playing against Timur Rajabov. Even that game I is going to be very interesting, a clash of the generations.
yeah,
Nihal has been doing really well recently. What do you think about these young players doing so well recently?
I think the like the way chess has transformed with information and technology, everything being very accessible to everyone, the young players were born into it. So they did not really have to adapt to anything. They were born and grew up with it, and they learned with it. But we see that also experienced players show what experience is, and they have lasted for so long. So I think the young players have this advantage that they're practicing with the same thing, which since they were born into it, they learned it very naturally. And that's, I feel, one of the advantages, that they're so fast with computers and they play a lot of online games, and I think they're very good with intuitions also. So yeah, I think that's one of their big advantages. What do you think? You're also like one of them, yeah?
I'm young, but I'm definitely not as strong as them. I'm just very impressed by the rise of all these young players, and in a very good way, how we've seen a meteoric rise in the plays of Gukesh, Arjun, Prag, Nihal, Ronak. It's been amazing, and I was just talking the other day that the Olympiad team in 4 years or 8 years is just going to be filled with all these kids, and I'm very, very excited to see how they do. And here we see back to the Vidit game. We left it at rookie one. Knight d5 was played by Vidit to pin this knight. And after bishop d2, it's Vidit who is thinking.
Yeah. And also in 8 years, the kids will be the experienced ones and will have more kids. So, and since Chess Olympiad is held every 2 years, we'll be seeing how these players are growing up and how they're doing, and we'll see all the younger kids who look up to them and grow up.
Yeah, it's going to be indeed very, very interesting to see. I think we already saw a glimpse of it as the Indian B team at the Olympiad won a medal, was filled with all of the youngsters. We even saw Gukesh uh, kind of rise up in the eyes of the public, scoring 8 out of 8. Um, and Padmini, here we see that Vidit is actually thought for 10 minutes, and Mehmediyarov seems to be well prepared. Knight to b6. Do you think that white is practically like it's easier to play with white?
I think the way Mehmediyarov has played, it's because it's more to his style, and he's putting pressure on, trying to put pressure on with it. With Black will have to defend a little bit before, but I think that is also Vidit is good at, and he will be able to find his moves. And it definitely depends on player style. For Mehmediyarov, I think it's easier to play this position as white.
Yep. This bishop on c8 is going to be the crucial factor in white's compensation for the sacrifice pawn. Do you think we could somehow, like, how do you think we are going to get this bishop out?
So okay, let's say d4 is attacked, and white has to somehow defend it. Let's say e3. Can we then go rook e8 and e5? That's one option.
Rook e8. So let's say white makes some move. Let's say rook c1 just to show what's happening. And now
can we go e5? Yes.
Yeah, and the point being that now we open up this bishop and also challenge this central pawn on d4 because of the d e5, knight e5, knight e5, rook e5. I think black will be very happy with this change of pawn structures as his bishop has opened up, as you mentioned. The t3 square also looks a little vulnerable. So, yeah, a very nice idea pointed by Padmini about with rook e8 and e5.
Maybe e3 is not so great, yeah?
So how do you defend?
I was thinking bishop f4, but maybe black can repeat with knight d5 then. That is one option.
Black can repeat with?
Knight d5.
After bishop f4, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, bishop f4, I think we might see knight d5.
Like, that is an option. I don't know the theory.
Yes, seems very fair. Kind of
because white definitely doesn't want to draw in like the opening, being white. And, so and what do you think about bishop g5? Is bishop g5 is an option?
I don't think Vidit will be so much worried. I think he might go bishop e7, bishop f6. That is one idea.
And also then E5 we still
Then
have.
to go with this E5 that you were mentioning. The other idea also, which I think could be possible, is let's say Queen to E8. And then still trying to go for something like E5 as you were mentioning.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to do F6, but is also something which could happen because I am a pawn up, and maybe I could try to reroute my bishop from D7 E8
Yeah.
To H5. Interesting position so far. I think Shak is taking his first long think after knight to B6.
Yeah, I think maybe the chat can also suggest their plans of developing the C8 bishop, and we will see how it matches with Vidit's and Shak's play.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting, guys, because India is playing against Azerbaijan, whom I think are the top seeds in this event. Azerbaijan having two players, Shakhriyar and Rajabov, whom we both know are very, very dangerous. But we have Vidit and Nihal, who are as solid as ever. So it's going to be interesting to see if the solid players do well against the dynamic players.
Yes. I think it's a very interesting combination of players we have on the board. It's Vidit, a solid player against Mamedov, and there is Nihal. I feel he is the solid one in this match against Rajabov. And then on the third board, we have Sasikiran.
Yeah.
Sorry, we have SL versus Gusenov. What is Gusenov's style?
I think Gusenov is also, he likes to play aggressive openings. But in this case, I think he realized that S L Narayanan is a very dangerous player from the Indian team. And maybe Gusenov thought that it would be better to take him into a position which can only be played for 2 results. क्योंकि एसएल को अगर पोजीशन मिल गया पद्मिनी तो हमने कल देखा बहुत डेंजरस है.
And SL has also been winning a lot of tournaments recently, so yeah, he will be very dangerous. And like you said, कि दो ही results के लिए खेलना है, White ने सोचा, and that's what White is planning to do. Yeah, like White is doing.
And I think we left here and got a few exchanges. And now this idea of bishop b7 and opening up the diagonal becomes very much in the air. What do you think? Black को कुछ chance है, or do you think it's still pretty equalish?
No, I think it is a very dynamic position. Like, okay, if we ask computer might say it's equal, but this is some kind of position where I feel anything can happen. Like a lot of exchanges can happen, and some attacking chances can also pop up. So,
and also in this format, you can see how time can be an important factor.
Yeah.
S L Narayanan is 42 minutes, so trying to also put pressure on the clock.
All our players are very focused, and
guys, I have a question for all of you. Can you spot the captain of the Indian team in this picture frame alongside the 4 players playing? Padmini, do you see him?
Sorry, come again. I got distracted.
I asked if, as the audience, if they could see the captain of our Indian team alongside the 4 players.
Yes, I can see him. He looks like Andre Agassi watching over our matches.
Yes, guys, I see a few yeses. He's sitting on the far right. The captain of the Indian team is Grandmaster Vaibhav Suri, a very experienced and strong Grandmaster from Delhi, making sure that our Indian team is doing well. And what an amazing camera angle we have as we see Vidit versus Shakriyar and Nihal there playing against Rajabov. Let's see what's happening in the Nihal game, if we've gotten any interesting changes. CD5, ED, DC5, Bishop C5, A3, Knight E4, and Knight C3. And
So
Padmini,
do
yeah,
you play any openings where you poison this IQP isolated queen pawn comes for you?
I usually get these positions with the black side. Um, and luckily, I don't play it against Nihal, so I usually always try to create some tricks. But Nihal is extremely good in these IQP pawn structures. Um, and I actually think that he might be able to pose serious problems to Rajabov. And look at the clock as well.
Yes. And Nihal is also trying to, like they say in IQP, we should exchange pieces.
Yeah.
And Nihal is trying to put pressure on the E4 knight. And since there is a isolated queen pawn also, it will be controlling the C4, E4 squares, and black will have the E file. So the more
Mhm.
pieces get exchanged, black will have less pieces to influence this squares and file.
Yeah, a very nice point pointed out by Padmini guys कि जितने pieces तुम board पे से निकालोगे उतना ये pawn defend करना difficult होगा, and the end game will always be better for white because there is no other pawn which can defend this pawn. So will be interesting to see ki, if somehow Rajabov tries to create counterplay, because in IQP I think black always tries to create some dynamic chances.
Yeah. Yeah, this is like the perfect battle, player style, the opening, and जो भी अभी board पे होगा. Like IQP, Rajabov has IQP and he will try to attack, and white will try to, solidify the position and develop
Lionel
the
Messi
pieces,
and
bring the
Cristiano
rook.
Ronaldo, the two.
But what does black do now? Because bishop f5 if खेला तो फिर d5 मार रहा है. But maybe it's not easy to take on d5. Good, interesting trap here. Look, Padmini, if bishop f5,
Yeah,
queen d5, there is
knight.
knight takes c3, and if you take queen takes d8, there is knight takes e2 check, and black is a piece up.
So maybe,
But
yeah,
after queen takes d5, which bishop would you take, Padmini?
I think I would like to take the c5 bishop
Mm-hmm.
to get the opposite color bishop, and maybe I'll. No, I have the it won't. We are not getting an opposite color bishop, but so black will definitely take knight e2. Will
Mm-hmm.
play king h1, knight c1, rook c1.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
तुम कौन सा बिशप लोगे?
I think well, just going back here, I after knight c3 maybe thought to take the f5
f5.
bishop
Knight g5
because
can come.
knight g5 can come, and also I didn't want this bishop to ever come on e4 and trouble my light squared bishop on g2. So I actually wanted to go into the opposite colored bishops as you were mentioning.
Yeah, no,
Um,
I think queen f5 is a great choice. c5 will still be hanging, and we'll get after knight c1, because otherwise we are left with two bishops. So black knight c1 खाएगा, तो फिर we'll get knight g5 threats, and c5 is also hanging.
yeah,
Yeah, I think it's a great choice.
I think this position, even if material is equal, Padmini बहुत ही dangerous है black के लिए, opposite colored.
So black will have to go back bishop e7 to stop knight g5, and will come rook d1.
Yeah.
Let's say queen b6 maybe.
Even maybe something like rook to e1 could be possible. So if the queen moves, then we can do some crazy stuff like this.
Tricks.
Some tricks like this. But yeah, totally agree that after knight c3, bishop f5 is not at all an easy choice to make for black. And he's down to 24 minutes against Nihal's 42 minutes. Padmini, a very important game this one could be for the Indian team.
Yeah.
Maybe we can quickly check how Sashi is doing, as we didn't check up on that board. I think we left it after b3. He went a5. Trying to maybe do this. Maybe quickly just breezing through the moves.
So Harshit, what are your first thoughts when you see your opponent yawning?
Yawning.
Yeah.
I usually don't.
And would you yawn? Like if you are getting the yawn, would you like yawn at your opponent?
I usually try to do it very subtly so that no one knows. Because I usually tend to not like to give many emotions during the game to my opponent. But if you are playing at 9 or 10 a.m. in the morning and my opponent is yawning, I'm probably going to be happy about it because यार इसको तो नींद आ रही है, अभी तो क्या ही डरना है.
Yeah, that's true. And if you're getting, yeah, you said you will very subtly do the yawning. Yeah. Earlier I used to think like that too, but somewhere I read that generally the person in front of us kind of imitates us also in some way. So I thought, ठीक है, अगर मुझे yawn आ रहा है तो मैं कर ही लेती हूँ कि फिर opponent को भी नींद आ जाएगा.
It's a good psychological strategy कि मुझे तो नींद आ रहा है भाई, but actually, I mean, even if you don't, if you are not feeling sleepy, you could still yawn, या fake yawn.
Yeah. नहीं, फेक yawn शायद वो नेचुरल होना चाहिए, ओपोनेंट को वो वाइब्स आना चाहिए ना. तो आई थिंक किसी भी बात पे डरना नहीं चाहिए.
Interesting psychological tricks. Bishop h, and your very interesting move, bishop to h3, Padmini.
Yeah.
Could you please explain to us what this move does?
Yeah, so I think white is trying to keep the double bishops, but I don't know how good it is. Let's say bishop f3, e3, e6, and if black can play on the light, like keep control over the light squares, and later try to put pressure on d4. But then I think white will try to come back bishop g2 and play h4, h5 and create attacking chances on the h file.
Yeah, we saw f4, knight d7. So your analysis was right on point. I think we might see something like bishop g4 and then followed by h4, h5. This game has a lot of potential in it because black can sometimes take on c4 and make this pawn weak. But then this bishop will kind of open up a little bit. 28 minutes versus 36 minutes. I like black's position slightly more because this pawn could be weak and h4 will always be met by h5. But
I think if we can open the position on the king side, maybe white को chances मिलेगा.
Definitely. अगर कैसे तो करके h4 h5 और ये मिल गया तो मजा आ जाएगा.
हाँ, it's a little difficult because black के pieces भी सब king side पे ही है. So h4 he'll play h5 and g4 also maybe takes on g4 knight f6 or direct knight f6.
Yeah, g4 will be a very, very big choice as it also weakens up some of these squares. But if white can do it on the right time, then it can be a very dangerous attack. Quickly jumping back to Vidit's game, after knight b6, e3 was played, rook e8 was played, Padmini, and knight e4. This move was chosen by Mamedyarov. a5, a3, bd6, bishop c3.
So maybe is it still theory? Do you know, Harshit? Like, because time both are on similar time and
yeah, I don't think this is still theory. Players are kind of thinking on their own, trying to find patterns which they have maybe seen before. I don't think e5 is possible now. Tactically, I think bishop c3 was a nice move to stop it. And here we see, guys, does anyone recognize this famous person? The coach of the Uzbek team in the Olympiad. It was Grandmaster Ivan Sokolov, who had just quickly popped up in our frame. And Padmini, can we do e5 here?
I don't know. Like you said, it's probably tactically not possible. Yes, because we have three pieces attacking e5, and you have three pieces defending, but queen on d8 will be hanging.
Yep. So how would the line go?
So let's say d5, knight e5, we capture maybe bishop e5.
Yeah.
Or knight e5, and then queen d8, rook d8, bishop e5.
Yeah, this queen takes d8 move, guys, and this rook is not yet protecting the queen. So after rook takes d8, bishop takes e5, black will be a piece down. With it, of course, not going for any of that, goes for queen e7. And I think, as you mentioned, the game is kind of revolving around this move e5, Padmini.
Yeah, so is e5 a threat now? e5, maybe d5, yes? And knight will have to go knight d8.
Yeah,
and
knight
then
d8, knight b8, knight d7, a very top typical idea. Also, knight d8 could be played.
or maybe knight d5 and b5. What do you think about it?
That is also a very interesting idea. Knight d5 and b5, try to go bb7 and b4. Very dynamic position. And I think that I don't think that this game will end in a draw. That is my prediction for this game.
That's true. That's true.
कुछ ना कुछ तो dynamics होंगे, और I think black will solidify his pawn, or white will create chances.
Yeah, it's revolving around the queen side and center mainly. King side pe white is very solid, and black is trying to make advantage of the extra pawn on the queen side and develop the bishop.
Yeah, and maybe we can see Nihal's game as Ratchabov has indeed taken on c3, queen c3, and bishop e7 was played, and then Nihal quickly replying with bishop e3. I think he might be looking forward to trade this dark square bishops too.
Yeah, so bishop c5 is definitely the plan here. So black will play bishop f6. And does white play bishop d4?
Bishop d4. Very interesting move. I was a little hesitant to give up my bishop, but
like now e4 or c4 squares are safe.
Yeah.
So
yeah, very interesting decision. I did not consider it, but now that I think about it, it seems very interesting.
What this game reminds you of? After knight d4, let's say some e3, bishop e6 comes, queen हट जाता है b3 c3 से. Does it remind you of some games?
It reminds me of hundreds of blitz and bullet games which I've lost against Nihal.
नहीं, वो जो Kasparov Karpov के there are some कोई भी opposite color bishop पे हम games देखते हैं, तो they'll suggest some Kasparov Karpov games जिसपे bishop e6 knight e6 f6 आता है and black का king weak रहता है because this pawns on h7 e6, like black's light squares become weak.
Yeah.
So this will be in favor of Nihal. I'm sure he will know because I've seen pictures of Nihal when he was young and he used to read a lot of books. And I'm sure he does now also. So he will definitely be aware of all this.
Yeah, Nihal has a lot of classical knowledge and is a very
Yeah.
old school kind of a player.
Yeah.
So I think you'll be happy with this position.
Huh.
And also as a time advantage. So guys, this is the game where we are kind of hoping that Nihal is able to strike. Will be not easy at all again as he's playing against Rajabov, but we all know how good Nihal is. And
I think Nihal's game and Vidit's game are very dynamic and complicated.
yeah, so this game, I think we are kind of hoping, Padmini, that White will maybe deliver 1 point for India. In the Vidit's game, Knight of D2 was played. Hard to make predictions here, but what would be your prediction?
Hmm. I don't know.
Yeah, very, very complicated position. All three results are on the table.
Yes.
Um, I think that let's come back to this game. Let's quickly check how Nihal's SL's game is, and we see so many trades. H3 94, even bishop e4 was captured, d4, and bishop to e3 played. A very interesting idea by White to kind of play bad bishop versus good knight,
Um,
because Mara to Mara.
that's true, but White's structure is also a little weak, yeah. Okay, we can say Black also has 3 pawn islands versus
Yeah,
White.
yeah.
So,
And here,
पर वो Knight के पास कोई stable square नहीं है.
mhm.
Or C3 is a good square. Probably C3 is a good square. C3 or C5 पे C5 or C3.
I think that let's say if we go into the end game to just illustrate what I was meaning by good good piece versus bad piece. Let's say we get something like this where we
Bishop
just
C6.
trade of this. And now, if I can ever put my knight on c5, let's say Padmini, then this looks so good for white
Yeah.
because the pawn is on e4, which is kind of on the opposite, is on the same square as the bishop. And unlike the knight, the bishop cannot change the color it is on, uh, which is why this makes this position be much better for white. And after bishop e3, SL has to make a choice कि bishop मारना है या फिर bishop d6 से kind of keep that bishop pair with us so that we have some compensation for our kind of broken pawn structure.
Yeah, I think SL will not capture it because SL's positional understanding is also good, I think.
Mhm.
And जैसा कि तुमने illustrate किया, so after if black exchanges bishop e3, then black cannot exchange any other major pieces.
Mhm.
We can black will have to try and exchange c8 bishop, the light square bishop for the knight. So
Yeah,
उससे बेटर है अगर bishop d6 रखेंगे और उसके bishop d6 के बाद if white plays bishop f4, then this exchange now e4 pawn is not fixed, which can still
that's
go to
true.
e3.
Yeah,
So
I
that
think this.
exchange I think black is fine, but
Yeah.
not exchange on e3.
Mhm. But has to be said that white does have some is definitely posing some practical
Yes.
problems for black from a very equalist position. I found this idea of giving up his bishop on e4 and playing bishop to e3. So black has to be slightly careful here, Padmini. I'll say that white is having a small advantage here. Would you agree?
Yeah, that's true. But I think if black plays bishop d6, it might
Mhm.
just fizzle out into a draw.
I
Like
s-
white can never force black to exchange the bishop. So
yeah,
rook
but I
d1,
was
maybe
little
queen
afraid
e8.
for rook d1.
Queen e8 will go. Bishop f4 now maybe.
Let's say bishop f4.
Yeah, now we might
Because
have to exchange.
I was all even in this position, these pawns can be weak. Um,
Yeah, yeah.
and as long as queens are there, black has some compensation. But once I get some sort of a control over these pawns, I think that it will not be easy for black.
So maybe bishop b7, black will go.
Yeah,
And if queen c3, can we go queen c6? I don't want to exchange the queens, but
I think I will be very happy to just trade the queens and go rook
white will
d4
be very
because
happy. Yeah.
if once I get the rook to c4 and put pressure on these pawns, Padmini, I think it will be
Yes.
not easy
Yeah.
at all to defend.
Black
So
doesn't have any target.
yeah, these pawns are very very solid, whereas this pawn is and this pawn are kind of a big weakness for black. So after bishop e3, SL is
So
in his first tank.
yeah, so I think bishop d6, rook d1 ko bishop b7,
Hmm.
and we don't make the exchanges. We don't give that tempo to white कि वो अपने pieces को निकाले. We
So
wait for, so
how?
let's say bishop d6, rook d1, bishop d7, bishop f4. Maybe we go queen f6,
But now can I
bishop
take
d6,
and
cd6, knight d4,
maybe queen c3,
queen c3 also.
maybe queen c7?
Queen c3, queen. Yeah, this is slightly unpleasant.
Yeah, looks a little. He goes bishop to b4.
So if I think it's a good
Very
strategy
nice
also.
move because
Yes, very nice.
c3, then bishop d6 back, and the d3 square has been compromised. So uh,
And also the c3 square is not available for white
yeah,
to easily come and create problems.
yeah, amazing idea here by SL. Let's quickly check if we have seen any improvement in the Nihal game. And bishop f6, bishop d4 was played. So Padmini on point with her suggestions and idea. Padmini, amazing idea here showed by you.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really happy that I could match Nihal's move. Generally, I'm a person, I think I like my two bishops,
Uh-huh.
but I'm very happy I matched with Nihal's move.
Yeah, amazing idea here to give up this bishop. But as Padmini mentioned, it kind of takes the more pieces that get exchanged, it favors white, and in isolated pawn positions without much counterplay for the bishop pair, white would still be on the upper hand. Uh, so not a lot of moves here, but we still saw what we were analyzing. Um, on the other hand, Vidit's game has seen some moves: knight fd2, a4 played, and f4 played by Shakhriyar. So the game is really heating up here, Padmini.
Yeah. White is trying to take a lot of squares under control and trying to make it difficult for black to develop or make use of the queen side advantages.
Yeah, and now it seems as if black cannot really get e5 because after f4 he has total control over the square. I don't think you want to go f6 and then e5 and open up this diagonal. So he goes for bishop to d7. Um,
Yeah, I
but
think bishop d7 is good idea. Yeah, because maybe some knight a5, knight b3, and bishop
Mhm.
c6. As black might also want to exchange pieces. Extra pawn
Yeah.
is there. So.
So Padmini, what does white do in this kind of positions where he is a pawn down, has central control? We know that you love dynamic chess. So how would you continue here with the white side?
Hmm. Maybe as white, it feels very slow this plan, but maybe some g4, g5, queen h5, rook f1, rook f3, rook h3, but it feels very slow. And
Yeah.
Vidit will create chances by the time white brings all the
Mhm.
pieces to this
But I
side.
like this idea g4, g5. Maybe bring the queen in with queen h5, and then
Yeah.
there will always be ideas connected with knight f6, as you mentioned. Rook could come into the action. Rook lift. This d5 break can happen. So g4 seems very interesting, especially because this f4 pawn kind of totally blocks this bishop on d6, so we don't have to worry about our own king. Queen
But
to
I
c2
think,
as well.
yeah, I think g4 pe knight f5 and black will try to play knight d5 and exchange that bishop. And at least so that on the diagonal there is no problem.
Yeah.
So yeah, queen c2, I think white wants to play knight g5 and provoke weakness on the king side before pushing the pawns. G6,
Yeah.
then knight can move back, and then g4, g5, f6 is weak.
Yeah, very nice, very nicely pointed out. Trying to provoke some weakness. And someone, Ankit Garg asks, why didn't India send their strongest team to represent the country? Ankit, I think many of the players already had some commitments. I think Arjun and Prag were playing in the Meltwater Championship. Um, I think Vishy Anand has decided to take a break, and he was commentating in this event actually. And based on that, according to the availability, we sent the strongest team that we could. And we still have a very solid team, Padmini.
Yes, and also we always think maybe if it is by the by the rating we are seeing the top 5, but all these
Yeah.
players are really strong, and
Mhm.
all of them maybe the top 10 or top 15 also. Like even those they have been part of the team and they know how to play, how to conduct. They have the experience, and it will always matter at the end of the day ki team kaise form pe hai and how is the team bonding.
Yeah.
So definitely having Prague and Gukesh, Arjun, it boosts up the team and a lot. But also these players are there and they have been always there. So I think it's still a great team.
Yeah. A very strong team indeed. And after Queen C2, H6 was played by Vidit to stop this idea of knight to G5. Um, So maybe now White will still try to somehow create some chances here on the king side, but it's going to be Mehmediyarov who's thinking for that. As we didn't check the Sasikiran game in some time, Padmini. We left it somewhere here, and we saw Queen E2, Knight F6, BG2, Knight E8. Wow, rerouting the knight
To F5, yeah.
to F5, Rook D8, Rook E8, A4, H5 played. Uh, what do you think about this position?
Yeah, I think okay. Structurally, black is a lot better.
Mhm.
But can black make use of the advantages? We don't know, because even though this d4 pawn is really weak, to kabhi bhi knight f5 aata hai, तो white will try to exchange that knight. So
Yeah,
I feel maybe it's equal. What do you think?
I think that black is like, very solid, has no weaknesses. And on the other hand, black white does have this long-term problem of the pawn on d4. And if you ever take on d5, I think black will uh, most of the times uh, capture with the e pawn, opening up this rook, and now you can actually see how this pawn on d4 looks really very weak. The bishop on c3 is a very bad bishop because it has no bright future compared to
Yeah.
the bishop on g7. But still some chance, still white is also very solid, but Padmini seems like Sashi did not have the best outcome from the opening.
Yeah, maybe not what he wanted. Definitely not what he wanted. Just a little before you said, okay, this bishop becomes very bad. So what exactly will you say makes the bishop good or bad? Like,
I
can we
think
always pinpoint it?
I think here it's just visible that the bishop on c3 is kind of being blocked by its own pawn on d4 and controlled by the pawn on a5. Whereas the bishop on g7 is eyeing this pawn on d4, forcing the bishop on c3 to stay on a1, b2, or c3. Um, so I think that that is kind of the main reason. And in closed positions, I can say that this is kind of a closed positions. घोड़े हमेशा बिशप से बेटर होते हैं, and now I think that it's a nice example of why the knight is slightly superior.
And also probably the pawns are a little fixed. या वो d4 d5 कभी black कभी हिलाने नहीं वाला है, क्योंकि whenever black tries to open c5 or make any break in the center, फिर वो c3 bishop खुल जाएगा.
Yeah.
So black will keep the c6 d5 e6 temple. They say, I think, do they call it like a temple structure?
Yeah, like a triangle kind of.
Yeah, like a triangle. So it will be hard for the c3 bishop to come, and वो c6 d5 e6 pawn structure g2 bishop को भी block कर रहा है.
Yeah, and Dagim says that after c5, knight f5 will come with tempo, putting more pressure on the d4 pawn. I totally agree with this analysis. So guys, I think that in this game, black is definitely on the front foot here. So it will be on Sashi to kind of trade some pieces off and maybe try to hold. So maybe we could say that black slightly better in this. And SL's game had some moves: queen d1, queen e8, a3, bishop f8.
So I think we had a repetition in Sasikiran versus Mamedo.
Oh, wow.
Like just one repetition: knight f5, bishop h3, knight d6, bg2.
Oh, that is a good result for both the teams, because for black it is for the Azerbaijani team it is a draw with the black pieces, which is always a very good result. And we see both players checking how they are doing on the other boards, because knight f5 was played, and I think that this means that after bishop h3, white might be able to make a draw.
I think they have repeated. Are we see
no,
knight
I think that Sashi is thinking should he make a draw or not.
So after h5, queen d3 position has come. Like, I think twice we have got the position already. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think Sashi has made a move, and I think he has gone bishop h3 back. So
no, so queen was on e2 earlier, so it's not the same position actually. But okay, we will see how it.
Let's see what these players decide to do, because if they draw, then I was saying कि Azerbaijani के लिए अच्छा result है क्योंकि black से draw हो रहा है, और Sashi के लिए अच्छा result है क्योंकि slight worse था position.
Yeah, क्योंकि pieces white का लग नहीं रहा है to create counterplay.
Yeah.
But I think the problem is also for black. Black has a good position, but how to take it further?
True. Not an easy choice for both sides. If this game is a draw, that it's going to go down to all the other games. And Mehmediyarov Shakhriyar is going to be a big one. As h6, rook d1, rook d8, rook e b8, played by Vidit, and g4 played by Shakhriyar. Padmini, this is going to be wild.
Yeah, I feel probably Vidit wants to bring the knights and pieces towards the king side. So I think that's where rook b8, so that the b6 knight can come to f8. But it's a slow plan, very slow plan. So I don't know.
B8, very, very mysterious looking move. Maybe he wants some knight d5, b5, b4. Maybe that could be one of his ideas. But after g4, it does seem like it's going to be a race between white attacking the king side and f6 played by Vidit.
Yeah.
Very interesting move.
And
Not
also, I
about,
saw that they're keeping an eye on other boards. So the players are looking at the other boards. Yeah.
yeah. And I have confirmation that after bishop h3, knight d6, if white goes bishop to g2 in this position, it will be threefold repetition. So if Sasikiran claims a draw in this position, he can make a draw, guys. Um, and I think it will be a good result for the Indian team to make a draw because on that board, because doesn't really have many practical chances in that position.
Yeah, and sometimes I feel these decisions are very tough. Like when you are white and you're playing a team championship, everyone is expecting to, are looking up to the board, but
Mhm.
we always have to be very objective, I think,
Yeah, yeah,
and take the decisions objectively.
definitely. And now we also see this amazing scorecard. The results are still or 0-0. Shaq
Mm.
and VD is crucial, someone says, and Scooby Doo says, and I totally agree. This is going to come down to this game. But I actually also wanted to quickly check if there are updates on the Nihal game. As BD4, take, Queen B6, Rook D1, PE6, E3, and Rook C8 was played. Padmini, do you think that this game is also heading towards equality?
No, I think as long as the major pieces are there, white will be trying. So
Mhm.
let's say queen d2. Will black take bishop takes d4?
Yeah, that was what I was worried about. That after Bishop D4, Queen D4,
Yeah.
Queen D4, Rook D4,
Rook
Rook
c2,
C2.
rook
If
d1.
Black has enough counterplay, but I think B4 and the pawn on D5 is kind of going to be a permanent weakness, and we again see a good bishop versus bad bishop. Seems like an ongoing theme in this matches. So after Rook C8, Queen D2, what does Black do here? Maybe Rook C4?
Yeah, rook c4 feels like a good move. So
But
maybe
there is a
bishop
trick.
f1
No,
or
there
knight
is a
e6.
trick. Knight
No.
e6, fe6,
F2.
and can you spot it, Padmini?
Ah, yes, I have spotted it.
Guys, can you spot the trick here for white? What has Nihal prepared against this Rook C4 idea? Nihal, very, very tricky, has a very nice idea.
Yeah. We should always think checks, captures, and threats and calculate. Yeah.
Yep, it's a very nice sacrifice. And I'm pretty sure that our chat will see it, guys. White to play and win.
Papdi chat says Lal Fool, Pila Fool, Harshit Bhaiya, beautiful. That's a
अरे
sweet
अरे अरे
comment.
अरे अरे पापड़ी चाट भाई. Thank you. And we see many
Yeah.
players finding this bishop takes d5. Well done, guys. You are all very aware and alert. Bishop takes d5. Amazing idea. ed5, queen d5 check ke baad, uh, double attack and winning the game. Amazingly spotted. So e3, rook a c8. I think Nihal is still thinking here. Um, but I think queen d2 will be played.
Yeah. He might. Is there another move which he might be considering? Queen
Um,
b4 is queen b4 a
Queen
move?
b4 is the other move which he might be considering, but I think he will actually go for queen to d2. The game is going down to its a final part of the game. The टाइम क्रंच सिचुएशन की दोनों के पास 15 मिनट से भी कम है. बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग होगा.
Yeah. Uh, no, Nihal has like 22 minutes. Yes.
Nihal has a lot of time. Nihal का
Yeah. So
time
I think that's why he's thinking.
निहाल के पास टाइम हो या ना हो, वी आर नेवर वरीड बिकॉज ही कैन प्ले फास्ट एंड ही कैन ऑल्सो प्ले स्लो.
Yes.
um,
So for Nihal, time pressure is the start of the game. Yeah.
yeah, and what was the other crucial game? Yes, Vidit's game. Vidit's game. Let's stay here. H4 F5 played here. Padmini, what an exciting position.
Yeah, I like F5 actually. Like to just complicate the position as much as possible.
I don't even know where to start calculating from. But let's say that I take and
Yeah.
go knight g3. What's happening now?
So H4 is hanging, but we might want to wait.
Uh-huh.
Maybe rook F8 because it's not a very. And if white plays H5, then at least knight is not coming to H5.
Yeah. Then this square will be
So,
taken. And
and
if
also we have to be careful of D5 move, yeah, because the knight
yeah,
I don't think has a very good square.
yeah. It's white. So first, it's this pawn is attacked. So if you play h5, maybe black has one move to somehow.
Bishop
Uh,
E6.
Bishop e6 also looks very much like a good move because you want to go bishop d5 and change this. And guys, ये bishop trade हो गया तो look at this weaknesses. वाह. बहुत ही खुश हो जाएगा विदित ये देख के definitely. H4 F5, but white should have some idea. Maybe knight C5. Padmini, what is the idea?
Knight C5 was it played or?
No, I'm just asking कि क्या white का क्या अच्छा है? मतलब what is white's strong idea?
No, I think knight C5. Yeah, knight C5 is a good possibility. But maybe black will take on C5. Yeah, black will take bishop C5, D C5, queen C5.
Yeah,
Black, I think at this point doesn't mind capturing as many pawns.
I think Vidit is
Even.
going to be back to being greedy.
Like they say, if you are suffering, at least capture a lot of pieces. Take
Some material, yeah.
take the material, yeah. So yeah, GF5, EF5, we can see we have a close-up view of the board and the players.
Yeah. And we have a few some interesting comments. Vivek Madi says, "Twinkle twinkle little star, Harshit bhai a superstar." Arey, twinkle
You are
Vivek
being the rhyming king, yeah.
um, and the other interesting question is how and when did you guys start playing chess? When did you realize this is what I want to do for life? Padmini, if you could please answer this. Like, how did it all begin?
So I started playing chess as a hobby. And my parents were very much interested in, like my father, he was a sports lover.
Yeah.
और फिर my father thought कि chess will anyway help in studies. So that's how I started playing. But when after I played my first tournament, we got to know more tournaments are happening.
Yeah.
And I started playing one tournament after the other. And before I knew it, I was playing all throughout the year.
Wow.
And I think that when initially it was trophies and prizes which I was winning, but later I understood how deep chess is. कि समझ में ही नहीं आता है, so I wanted to become better. So I think yeah, then I sometimes I feel कि मुझे chess पसंद नहीं, but then I know I love chess.
Yeah.
And how about you?
I started playing because my sister used to play, and I didn't know how good she was, so she just completely destroyed me. And after that, I was just motivated to somehow be able to beat my sister, and that motivation to kind of do well against you. There are always these sibling rivalries. I don't know if you have a sibling.
Yeah, I have an elder sister, and I also have a memory. I'll just interrupt you.
Yeah.
So I didn't know how good she is, and when we used to play, she used to capture my pieces. जब मेरे ज़्यादा pieces मच जाते थे, तो I used to break the game. But I think one good idea would have been to continue playing
Yeah.
and to see if she can actually mate me. So whatever happens, we should go until the end.
Yeah, that's how my desire started, and then it's never looking back. And we've got very interesting moves, Padmini. Gf5, F5, and Mamedov just took the bishop on D6.
Yeah, that's a very
So
interesting move. Yeah? Because that D6 bishop was not looking very nice to me, but Mamedov has exchanged it.
yeah, I think maybe he thinks that after this bishop opens up, it's going to be very hard for black to defend
Yeah.
without the bishop, and uh, it seems as if Mamedyarov is slightly taking over this game.
Yeah, that's a good point. So Mamedov has uh, like I think they say he whatever more than what gets exchanged, it's important what remains on the board.
Yeah.
And like you pointed out, without the d6 bishop, even though I thought it looks bad, why to exchange it? It will be the c3 bishop gets the upper hand.
Yeah. And I think that Sasikiran is not taken the draw, has not taken the draw, trying to go for a win here. Bishop even knight d6, but I think black is just trying to be very solid. I'm just going to go knight e4, knight d6, knight f5, knight d6. And if you ever want to push, then I'm very happy.
So yeah, Sasikiran has changed. He's played bishop d2, so he didn't take a draw. Yeah.
Sorry.
Sasikiran has. Oh, so now they're repeating in a different way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe there is a 30 move rule. So once 30 moves happens, players can calmly decide if they want to.
I think that also the time clock situation is kind of in black's favor. So maybe white thinks that draw is fine at this point. What is happening in SL's game? A3, he saw queen d5, queen d2. So kind of these provoking moves, bishop b4, then queen d5, and a4, rook d1, bishop e6, and this is the position that we have.
Yeah. So can you see the Sasikiran versus Yadesh?
Oh, it was a draw. It was a draw. It was a draw, guys. We have our first result. Sashi versus Mamedov was a draw.
I think it's a hard decision, and that's why I think Sasikiran took time to decide if he really wanted to take the draw with the white pieces. But the position demand required the game to be drawn.
Yeah, and we have quickly a lot of games that the chat wants to look at. SL's game was what we were having a look at here. I think Padmini, that white is a little better if he ever gets this queen c3, bishop c5, and manages to exchange the bishop on f8. White's position looks very easy to play.
Yeah. So black will try to interrupt white's plan with bishop c4.
Bishop c4. It's he just played bishop e6, so it's white to play. So I think I will go queen to c3.
So yeah, bishop c5 is a threat. Queen e7. Yeah, rook b8. Rook b8 is good.
Because now bishop c5, if you do, then I can take, and the b2 pawn hangs. But it's even that looks a little. I think personally, Padmini, that white is slightly better, but it's not easy because he only has 11 minutes on the clock.
Yeah. But I feel this game will also be a draw maybe because black is never going to exchange all the pieces and go into a clear bishop versus knight like you showed earlier. And after black has got a5, a4, b2 pawn will be a problem for white.
Yeah. Very, very interesting. And if you think this game is going to be a draw, then it's all going to come down to the Nihal and Vidit's game. After rook a8, queen to b4 was chosen. The move which we did not give much thought, but he took a6, b5 played, a b5, knight b5. But this really seems, Padmini,
Yeah.
that this is going towards a draw.
Yeah, a lot of pieces and pawns got exchanged, yeah. And
Yeah,
b2, once black captures b2, black will not worry about the d5 pawn falling.
yeah, bishop b2, rook b1, and bishop f6, and white is slightly better, but I think black should be able to hold this without major difficulties.
So if black gives up the, okay, black's b7 pawn will fall. And then even if the d5 pawn falls, but if black is able to exchange a few more pieces, then in the
Yeah,
rook ending 4 versus 3, it will be a draw.
yeah, if we exchange all the minor pieces, and if black loses both the pawns, it's still a draw with white having 4 versus 3. So, going to be interesting. Everything boils down to the last game,
Hmm.
Vidit versus Mehmedyarov. And what do we have here? Knight d6, queen d6, d5, knight e7 played by Vidit, but
Oh,
after
bishop.
bishop e5, he is in big trouble here because queen c5, bishop d4, uh, queen b5. This bishop is just a monster, and black's
Also some
queen
queen.
looks coordinated.
So bishop e5 was d6 a move or not?
What? Sorry, sorry.
Oh, no, 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 no. No, d6, cd6 was there. Oh. So d5 pawn is hanging, yes. And
Yeah,
in time
d5.
pressure, anything can happen still.
Still, anything can happen, but I'm afraid of something like e4 opening up the position. He goes for king h2, and now rook g1 is coming. It's not going to be easy to defend against this attack, which is going to come on the king side. Padmini, I'm very worried about this position.
Yeah.
And Sashi is looking here very conservatively about Nihal's game. We saw, what did we see here? We saw a few more moves, rook c5, knight d4. But I have a feeling that Rajabov's experience is going to be able to hold this game. Rook fc8 played. I think this game is a draw. Sashi's game is a draw. So I think SL and Gusenov's SL and Vidit will be the last two games remaining, and somehow Padmini SL has to try to create some chances.
Yeah, I think SL was also looking over Nihal's game, and I think he will be trying to put pressure now.
Yeah, because I think that I Vidit his position looks tough, and Nihal's game is a draw. So SL has to somehow try to create chances with Black. Queen to c3 was played, and what to do now? Have to try to complicate it.
Do you think rook d8 is a move?
Wow, interesting, very interesting idea. Because if
Because
I
once, yeah, with the queens, the weak pawns.
and this was a nice tactical idea that queen d1 and queen e2, so can't take the pawn. Still, of course, very solid for white, but maybe an interesting way to try to create some sort of chances here with the black pieces, guys. Kyuki with its position looks worse. The score now is half-half, but Nihal's game is heading towards the draw. Let's quickly jump to Vidit's game. Uh, do how do we? So what happens first? I take. Maybe we can see what happens if we take.
Yeah. So rook g1, yes? Or
Yeah, or should I take first, or just rook g1? Yeah, yeah, and
yeah,
then
maybe
bishop.
black, white. Yeah, because bishop d5. Queen d5 also rook g1, and it's not clear. No,
Yeah,
but bishop d5, queen d5, rook g1, maybe g5.
bishop d. Oh, sorry, knight d5, bishop d5, queen d5, rook g1. Maybe has to try for some crazy stuff like this, but
Some blocks.
fg5 also looks
I thought h5, but okay, this diagonal is extremely
hg5.
weak.
Yeah,
I thought h5, but okay, the diagonal and the king is like
yes,
extremely weak.
too weak. Yeah, and rook to f8 was chosen by uh, rook to f8 was chosen uh,
Mm.
by Vidit somehow trying to keep his king side protected. But I think someone like Mehmediyarov, who's so vicious with the initiative and attack, going to be very hard, Padmini.
Yeah, but I like that the time Vidit is maintaining the time, so at least even if the position is under pressure,
Yeah,
um, when it comes down to, let's say, less time for both of them,
yeah.
White will really have to try and find the finish. Mamedyarov is obviously very strong and he will find it or not, we don't know. But yeah, so I'm hoping the game will come to some time scramble situation.
Yeah, we just have one result right now, but I kind of assume that this game will end in a draw. If it ends with a logical conclusion, I think it's fair to say that this game should end in a draw. This is the game, Padmini, where I am
Mm.
hoping SL somehow tries to spice it up.
Yeah. If somehow SL can maybe get this some f5, f4, it's not easy, but um, or maybe bishop d5, bishop c5.
Mhm. Rook d8 is interesting, of course, as you mentioned,
But it
trying to
exchanges,
exchange.
yeah, pieces. Maybe we don't
Yeah, it
want
does
it.
exchange pieces, but on the other hand, I honestly don't know how black can create chances because I honestly would prefer white in this position.
Yeah.
Because of again, guys, I would prefer white because these pawns are a little weak, and unless we find some very accurate moves, white is going to be better in this position. But on the other hand, white only has 7 minutes, so some practical compensation for our position. Um, I think we should stick with this game though, Padmini, because Rook f7, Bishop f3, Knight e d5 was played, and this is the live position on the board.
Yeah, Mamedyarov is a little less on time than Vidit now.
Mhm. So how does White continue, Padmini?
Okay, maybe rook g6 and rook g1, bring the other rook.
Hmm. Yeah, maybe even can put on g2 or
Rook
g3 so
g2.
that the square is
Yeah.
available for the. That's what I. But somehow it seems like Black is managing to hold here. What is his idea? Maybe
So
knight
do you think
e7.
rook 8 is an option? Knight is.
Maybe put one more defender. Yeah,
Yeah, rook g1, g7, rook e7.
looks very scary for Black with all these pieces looking at the king side with the bishop on d4. But he might as well have to go for something like this: bishop f3, knight d5, and Shakriyar is still thinking. Um,
Yeah,
but
it's
as
down
you
to
said,
8 minutes.
yeah, अभी भी chances है ना Black के पास भी. What do you think, Padmini?
Yeah, I think Vidit has got now like a 2 minutes advantage, almost a 2 minute advantage. So time will also play a role in this game.
Mm-hmm. Will if Vidit manages to hold this somehow, Padmini, then I think our team is in a very good shape.
Yeah, also, but the thing with this game, I feel, is it's two results, black win or white win.
Mm-hmm.
क्योंकि
Black win or white win, no draw.
या इतना कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है क्वेश्चन कि ड्रॉ लग नहीं रहा है होगा.
And we have big support for Vidit. Come on, VD says Rakesh, VD bhai, VD hai to mumkin hai. Lot of support for Vidit. Let's go, guys. Hope that Vidit somehow manages to defend this or try to trick Mehmediyarov as the time goes down. Um, all three results are still kind of possible, Padmini. Yeah?
Yes.
But whom would you choose?
Obviously Vidit, yeah.
Of course, white, yeah? or white, right?
No, in this game I'll choose black to do the miracle, and I do believe in miracles. So
Padmini, rooting for the Indian team. We all are somehow has to try to manage to save this position from the black side. Did we see any improvement in
rook
SL's
e7, yeah.
team?
Bishop, and with this game, bishop h5, rook e7, we can see.
Mm-hmm. Just quickly going here, bishop h5, rook to e7 was played, okay.
Yeah, so I think black has to just survive next 5-6 moves.
That sounds like a very simple task, but in reality is not at all easy. And guys, just to remind, the score is 50-50. India is playing against Azerbaijan, and Vidit here is playing against Shak Mehmediyarov, who also was playing in the Meltwater Championship, and I think has right after decided to play for Team Azerbaijan. Bishop h5 rook e7. Maybe now try to double, Paddu.
Yes, because also e3 is attacked. So I think white has to go rook g3. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Vivek Maddy says Vidit's queen looks misplaced. That's right. I think black would like the queen to be on the king side, somewhere near the king.
Yeah, it would be great on f2 actually.
Yeah.
Rook g3. No, but this position looks very, very. I mean, honestly, this position looks very, very tough for Vidit. I mean, Rook G1 is coming. Padmini, you love attack. Look at this bishop on D4 and the bishop on H5. It's really going to be hard.
Yeah, so let's say C5 and black tries to attack D4, bishop E5.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe something here, yeah.
If only the queen was like somewhere, we could maybe even sacrifice on E5 and try to get compensation. But with the queen so out of the play, we just cannot create any imbalances.
So let's say after bishop E5, we go bishop E8, and white with including C5 or without, I don't know. Oh,
yeah,
but F5 is also hanging, so this is not really
is
possible, I think.
BH5, rook E7, knight to E4.
What is this?
What is this? Wait, what?
Oh, this has been played. Yeah, this has been.
Knight to E4. What is this, a blunder? What is this?
And is 4 minutes to 5.
Is Vidit winning? Guys, aapke wishes are coming true. Do keep the support coming and like the stream. Knight to E4. Black is completely winning.
This is the kind of complications we wanted. What is knight E4? So FE4 capture the face, and we see Raja's face also. Like he is also, what is it? Yeah. So yeah, I think Mehmediyarov is also a little bit like, what was my plan in, like, And when you are completely better, they say you just keep on the advantage. Don't go for more complications, because the side which is has a little defensive portion will want the complications.
Guys, Vidit Gujrathi might be winning here. Guys, keep the. Someone says, "Mama, mama, blunt." Big mistake by Shakhriyar, guys. Keep the support coming. And Padmini was saying, I would choose black. I believe in miracles. Guys, is this all scripted? What was his idea, Padmini?
I don't know. I think even Mamedharov is confused what his idea was, because he waited and he saw Vidit is going to take, and I think he gave this expression like, "What is my idea?" Because sometimes when you make such sacrifices, you generally make your next move fast. Otherwise, why are you just making the sacrifice? And especially he had been thinking, and he had 4 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, and it was not as if he sacrificed for a pawn or something. He just kept it on a square, which is hanging. And we saw Rajabhav's reaction there. We have Abhimanyu Puranik in the chat. Abhimanyu also cannot believe what just happened, and saw the funny reaction of Raja. But jokes apart, this could be huge for the Indian team.
Yeah, and I think Rook. Yeah, Queen G2. What is Queen G2?
Queen to G2. I mean, I'm very surprised. Very, very surprised. And can we not also take Knight takes F4 or something like that?
Knight F4, E4. Yeah, Knight F4. Oh my God, Knight F4 is beautiful, I think.
Knight F4. Did he play Queen G7?
No, Queen G7, Rook G7. Everything will still be hanging.
G7, King F8. I think you can go Rook F7, King E8. And you can just say, I am run for us. Yeah, I am on a run for us to run mission right now. मैं तो भागूंगा. Knight takes F4. If Vidit finds he's going to win this, Padmini, huge result.
And Vidit also has the time. More, I mean, it's not a lot of time, but it's more time than Mamedharov. Yes.
Yeah, guys.
Calculate the like all these complications.
And just to quickly see if the live position is this one in this game, I think this game is going to go towards a draw. Opposite colored, no problems for black at all. Nihal's game, also no problems at all. Nihal has a very, very solid position. Very, very good. Everything was going down to this game. And he decided to just give up a piece here. Shakhriyar, and Vidit is winning Knight F4. Come on.
Yes.
And we have some very strong players in the audience. We have Abhijeet Gupta live from the venue saying Knight F4 is GG. Abhijeet, that would be a huge result for the Indian team. Really rooting for all of you guys. Abhimanyu is here too.
Yeah, and he can see all the chat, and he can send all our wishes to the team being there present at the venue. Yes, all the best to the whole team, and a lot of energy.
And Abhimanyu is saying that Vidi just played the Uno reverse card, and Shakhriyar is out of all of the reverse cards now, has to do something, but he's just a piece down. Padmini, will he find Knight F4?
I think he will. I think he must be calculating Knight F4.
Knight to F4. He has 6.5 minutes. Still a lot of time.
Yeah, and Vidit knows this is a crucial moment. Yes. So.
Yeah. Big crucial moment, guys. Do send your support for VD. We all know how much we love him. He's a fan favorite. Could we please zoom in on Vidit's camera, producer bhai? To see how if Vidit is going to find Knight F4, that's the crucial move. He's thinking about it. S L Narayanan also looking from the side.
Yeah, dude say he is keeping an eye. I think the team must be feeling a little bit relaxed now with its game.
And
Yes, he got it.
He took.
Yes.
Guys, huge moment as Vidit has found it.
Yeah. And if not Queen G7, everything is hanging. So I think Queen G7 he will play, Mohamed Yarov.
Yeah,
Yes.
and he played Queen G7, Rook G7, Rook G7. Look at all the players looking at this game as this is the important game. And Nihal Sarin has liquidated to a draw on Rook Endgame. That is going to be a draw. SL's game is also going to be a draw. But
and we could see Mohamed Yarov was shaken also because the pieces were fell a little bit while he was going to play Rook G7.
Yeah, King to F8. And what does White do? Rook F7, King E8. If you go something like Rook F5, I think Knight H5, Rook B5, Bishop B5 is just completely winning.
Too many pieces. Too many extra pieces.
Too many.
And another good thing for Black is for Vidit is that Black's moves are forced.
Yeah, now. That is true. Black's moves are completely forced. Rook G7, King F8. Did we see a move? Not yet. Mohamed Yarov knows it. Mohamed Yarov knows it.
And Bishop doesn't have a good square also. Bishop G4, Black is already a piece up. Yes. So.
Yeah. That means that S L Narayanan will be the last game which will have a lot of importance in the outcome of this match. But I don't really see either side losing here.
Do you think SL can try now?
I don't want him to try. Just draw.
Because that Bishop on D6 is looking nice, but I don't know how much it's doing because Rook A7, Rook B7 also, the F1 king might be in trouble. Yes, after F4.
Draw karo aur bhago because Vidit is going to win. Is there any other last trick? Rook F7, King E8. Is there some trick? I don't know. Rook G1.
Yeah, Rook G1. Let's say Rook G1, Queen H5, F7 hand.
Yeah, Rook G1. There is also you can just pick up the piece. Nothing really.
Yeah, the anchor of the F7 Rook is falling.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a big miss for Mohamed Yarov. He won't be happy.
King F8. There is just no way for him to continue down to his last 30 seconds. He knows that something has gone wrong. Rook F7. Nihal's game was a draw, guys. Nihal Sarin versus Rajabov was a draw. Rook F4 played.
Yeah, so Queen H5. Yeah, yeah.
And he just resigns. He just resigns, guys. Vidit Gujrathi has won.
Great. So now there is no pressure on SL.
Huge win.
This is huge. Absolutely a huge win. And that is why we should believe in miracles. Good win.
Guys, anything can happen. We just saw Shakhriyar hanging a free piece on E4. Really don't know what he missed there. But everything boils down to the last game, which is of S L Narayanan versus Gusino Gadir. You can see the score 2-1 in the favor of Team India, has secured a draw. And if SL manages to draw this game, then India will win this match.
Yes. And Harshit, like you remember I said in the stream, and we saw yesterday's games also in Sethu, for example, we play a lot, maybe 50 good moves we will play. But if one blunder or one mistake and the game just completely turns. That's why I think chess is the toughest game.
Yep, I totally agree. F4, G3 played, and Gusenov actually has only 1 minute 50 seconds left to SL's almost 4 minutes. Will it be possible to zoom in on their camera? Maybe we can just stick with the players. We have an opposite colored endgame here, and SL only needs a draw. We see that the slightly dejected look on the captain's face of the Azerbaijani team. And white player also with a hand on his head, but I think SL will be very comfortable in this.
Yeah, and the more white tries, white might get into trouble also.
Yeah.
So yeah, that
And
is a game where white doesn't have any chance to try, I think.
yeah, Scooby-Doo says mouse slip by Shaq. I think
Yeah.
it was definitely some
Yeah.
sort of a brain slip there. Also, Sanket says that much needed victory and that this would boost the confidence in the team camp immensely. I totally agree with that.
Yes.
G3, did we get a few more moves? F3, King E1, Rook E8 played. And now there are some E3 ideas for black. If
Yeah,
King
King
D2,
D2.
maybe E3 tricks, is that what he wants? F3, F2, King
King.
E2, Rook into E3 check, and some
Yeah.
King F2, Rook F3 check should be enough for a draw. Um, did we see any moves after King E1, Rook E8? Not yet. Not yet. Still thinking here.
Yeah, I think it's like black. I feel black has a little bit of initiative now. So
Yeah,
King
but हमको
D2.
सिर्फ draw चाहिए.
But I think white को भी अभी white will have to worry because Azerbaijan is a very strong team and Shak and Rajabov they have they have Azerbaijan team is leading right now. So I think both teams wants to make a like for both
Yeah.
teams it might be I don't know how अभी ये group stage पे कितना board points matter करता है but so
Yeah, but would definitely be trying to take advantage if white goes wrong because E3 and now Fe3, Rook E3 and this F3 pawn is very dangerous and suddenly I don't think SL will be happy with the draw anymore.
exactly what I've been saying. Like it is getting very dangerous for white.
E3 and what was played? Rook
So
to
let's say rook
B4,
h2 or rook c2.
King F2, King F2, Rook E2 check. Uh, King F1, let's just stick on this camera. Amazing angle camera here for us. We see all the players' reactions.
Yeah.
Uh, SL thinking here. 3
We
minutes,
see
5
SL
seconds.
very focused.
Yeah.
He's trying to find the win. Rook c2, let's say, with the idea bishop c4 check and f2.
Yeah, beautiful idea found by Padmini. I love that idea. Rook to C2 played. B3 quickly played.
Stopping bishop c4.
Yeah, and now something like H5, Bishop E6, some small trick can like this can be very very nasty. He goes Rook C1 check. I think he
No,
might
I
just
think
make
he's
a draw.
just repeating two moves. Like that's a strategy. Yeah, when you are having
He
better
might go
position,
H5. I
so
think he will go H5. Knowing SL, he will go H5.
yes. Yeah, I think black does not have anything to worry about in this position. So black might just go h5.
Yeah. Let's go SL bhai.
And or maybe king g6 or e6 so that there is no check and the rook also doesn't have any good squares.
Yeah. Also
Or
possible.
maybe h5 like you said because then g4 h4 and bishop g3 ka diagonal block karta hai.
Yeah. Also, rook e2, bishop e4, bishop d3 looks very strong, or something like that to try to bring our bishop on the a6 f1 diagonal would be great. Here, SL is thinking draw karu ya khelu. Both ideas are good because Vidit Gujrathi has won the game and SL is playing risk free. Um, Someone asks why don't pick a draw and play safe because S L Narayanan does not really have much to risk here, has a draw in his pocket. Trying
Anytime
to
black wants, black can just give rook c1, rook c2 check. So
yeah,
black
he played
doesn't have
H5.
anything to worry about at all. At any point black wants, black can give the check.
Yeah, and we saw H5, A4, and few other moves on the board. S L Narayanan on camera here had delivered an important victory yesterday against Poland. We know how strong he can be in this time control, and if we could please stick to that camera because that was going to be important. Okay, let's see what kind of moves we had. King F1, King E6 played. But as we mentioned, Black always has a draw in his pocket. Um,
So rook d4, white is never going to be able to play, right?
Rook d4 will will be not easy to play because
And rook
bishop
cannot
c4.
come on the b file also.
Yeah, and
Because
this is the
bishop e4.
angle that we really want.
Yeah.
1 minute 23 seconds for SL now, so has to make a choice कि draw करना है या नहीं करना है. But with such little time on the board, might not be such a bad idea to just clinch the match victory. Here we see the playing hall. We see some of the other teams also playing very, very tense situation in all the boards. Rook to A2 played.
Yeah, just to stop a good prophylactic move, because white wanted just to go fi a6.
Yeah, very, very good chess.
So
Played
let's say
by
a5 anyway.
A5. If I just
Rook
take
a5, rook a4.
Rook A4, yeah, should be enough for white to somehow hold a draw, but maybe after A5 he wants to go something like Rook A3. I'm not sure myself, but somehow just trying to create chances. But it's 1 minute each, 1 minute each for both of them.
I think
Padmini,
if Gusenov plays a5, maybe the game will end in a draw.
yeah.
Yeah, we should have the focus on the players, because
Yeah,
it's a
and
very
here we see all the players again. It's he's thinking he goes G4. He goes G4 and SL repeats twice just to gain time on the clock. Uh,
yeah, at any moment he wants. Okay, bishop g3, bishop f2 might be still.
yeah, we might
a1,
see
yes.
this game actually just end in a draw. Um, we might just see repetition,
Yeah.
but SL does want to win, of course, understandably. But very little time on the clock, so not sure what he will go for.
Yeah, I think now he's decided to go for the draw. Yeah, they are. I don't know. I think it is not clear for both of them.
Guseno asked if you want a draw, and SL is like, let's make a move, and he goes Rook A3, no draw. SL Narayanan playing for the victory. And when you do this, Padmini, it really affects the psychological shape of your opponent. So I think it's going to be very interesting to see how Guseno plays. But yeah, they indeed agreed to a draw.
Yeah, GG
Yeah,
team.
wins.
Yeah, and with the one of the strongest team in the field, like Azerbaijan has been doing really well. So it is a very good games on all boards, and with this game especially was so interesting, and we saw anything can happen.
Yeah, and we see the captain just here patting the back of SL. India wins 2.5, 1.5 against Azerbaijan. Guys, India OP in the chat. And thanks all for your support. It's been great because of you guys. Even Padmini said that there are going to be miracles, and there were. Padmini, how was your experience in this first round?
Yeah, I was like, this was incredible. I feel team competitions are that's why very tough, because you just don't have the pressure of your own game, like giving a result on your own board. It affects other players also. So I think the pressure is more, and the players are trying to live up to it, and sometimes something can go wrong, like it happened for Mamedov. And they say also, winning a winning game is the most difficult thing. So yeah.
Superb. We have a lot of GG India OP, India Chitega, Vande Mataram, India OP in the chat, guys. Thanks so much for the support. India has won 2.5, 1.5 against Azerbaijan. So much fun in this first round. We are going to take a short break and we will be back. Guys, stay tuned for round two.
Stay tuned and keep your wishes flowing for Team India.
And we are back with another special guest and a very good friend of both of our, Soumya. Welcome.
Thank you, Harshit and Padu. I've been watching your commentary. It was awesome. And the best part is that we won such a brilliant result. And we finally got that much needed win in. I think it's a huge morale boost for our team also.
Yeah.
Azerbaijan was in top seeds, by the way, in this group.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, awesome. And I was watching this 94 move and I thought it's a transmission error. And then I saw he took FE4. So then I realized, no, it actually happened.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, I did not expect India to win on that board, especially after the middle game where it looked like Mamedov was crushing attack. But Padmini always had her hopes high. I think she was full with positive energy, and he did actually just blunder knight into knight e4.
Yeah, actually, you know what he missed? I understood. So basically, FE4, he missed that after bishop G7, rook G7, rook G7, king G7, rook G1, check, or queen G2 first,
Yeah.
king H8. I think queen G2 is more precise. King H8 is the move.
Yeah.
And after rook G1, he thought it's checkmate.
Wow.
But there is bishop G4. And what happens is after bishop G4, queen G4, because if you take bishop G4, we have rook G8. So queen G4, there's queen B to check. And the queen comes back to F6 to defend the checkmate. Of all these queen G6 ideas and everything.
Oh.
That's what he missed. It was a brilliant tactic, but there are drawbacks of being a creative genius. Like you can miss some intermezzos in between, and that's what happened in Shahryar versus Vidit.
Thanks a lot for explaining. I was wondering if there is one game going on between Anton Gujaro and Jules Mussard. Maybe we can quickly have a look at that game.
Oh, sure, definitely. I hope it's not a rook bishop versus rook. That will be here
or a rook knight versus rook.
Oh.
Oh, but this is winning for white. This is winning for white because the king is cut off.
Very, very nicely pointed out, Soumya. I think this is going to be an easy win now.
Yeah, H5 and rook G7, king F6 is just coming. Yeah. Maybe we can go back a little bit and see, or no, or we should wait here.
I think we could just see how it's
going.
Yeah,
if the king was always cut up.
Yeah, and now a waiting move maybe will be rook G anywhere on the G line, and rook G7, king F6, as Padmini mentioned. And here we can see the amazing camera footage live from the venue. Very, very lucky to have that as well. And Jules who resigned? Anton Gujaro resigned. Oh, no.
Yeah, Mossad was white. No,
No,
Anton was white.
Anton was white.
Anton was white. And so, what happened to their match result? Did Spain win, or let's just...
Big result, definitely for Anton Gujaro winning with Spain against France. And the result was 2-2 because of this win, as Bashir Lagraf won the game against Santos Latasa Jaime. And amazing victory by Anton to equalize.
Yeah, and it was a long game.
Yeah.
Can you go back a little and we'll see if it was how like white converted it?
Let's see how it started.
Maybe just a few moves back and see if the king was always cut off, because there are some very tricky endgames in this where black has some chances of holding. If pawn is on h4 still.
No, if pawn is on h4, actually it's always winning, right? The pawn moves to h5 and then...
Yeah. Like with king on h7, and before pawn moves to h5, white has to get some, try to get the king in a way to cut off the black king.
We have a very nice view of the playing hall. It's almost like watching it live from the venue itself. And even at the venue, you don't get a view of all the
Yeah.
boards. You only get a view of the corner boards. So here we can actually look at all the boards and keep switching the cameras as well. It's very nice.
Yeah, and also in most of the tournaments, public is not really allowed inside the venue. So I think this is a great way to watch the games and the players.
And we see here the result downstairs. India won 2.5, 1.5. And the young Uzbek team Samya beat Team USA 2.5, 1.5. Also, the Uzbek team showing that they're not to be underestimated, even without Abdusattorov taking down one of the big names, USA.
Yeah.
And we are in fact going to play them in the next round. So yeah, like huge match right there. And me and Paddu were discussing in the break that in fact they have 6 players, Uzbekistan team, but they are only fielding their top 4, who are also the part of the Olympiad winning team. Nadirbek Yakubov, Yavokir Sindarov, Shamsuddin Vakidov, and Jahangir Vakidov, but they don't have their highest rated player Abdusattorov. So that's something in our favor, and we have Vidit on top board. So
yeah, it'll be a crucial match. And because in the Olympiad we saw that Uzbek team won, and India, the main team came like 5th, I think, and 4th, and the other team came 3rd. So it'll be a very crucial match.
Definitely. Do you guys want to get some puzzle battle in? Because I guess we are not able to go back into this endgame. There seems to be.
Sure. And just to remind all the Indian viewers that the next match will be starting at 9:30 p.m. In about 45 minutes, where the Indian team will play the Uzbek team. So will be very, very exciting as India tries to get one of the top 4 spots.
Yeah, one of the Franklin Abraham says you have completely ignored my request of looking at that game, but maybe we'll come back to it another time.
I think Soumya was unable to load that game, but Soumya, could you load? Oh, great. Maybe we can quickly take a look. Yeah, this is great.
Yeah.
What?
So
managed to win this?
Yeah, no, but this at least King E3, King F4, and Rook G4 tricks will always be there. Yeah, so maybe it's winning.
I'm pretty sure it's a draw.
No, because the pawn is a G pawn, right? So how will it be? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, let's see how it progressed. He should not go to. He should not allow the white king on E3. Yeah, just go King E3, King D3, King E4, King D3.
Oh, let's go back.
Oh wow!
So if you just keep the king something like this, King E4, King D3, or King D4, King D3, because the E2 and F3 squares are covered.
So so King E1, you will go King E1.
But then I go to let's say
like let's say Rook A3 and King E1.
Okay, King D4.
No.
King D4. Not going F5.
Yeah, sure. King E1.
So no, not King E1. Sorry, who is handling the path?
Yeah, let's go Rook. Keep the Rook at A3 and then go King
D4, E1. Right? We were going to.
Yeah. So King E1 and King D2, but King D4, E4, black keeps. So when King D4 comes, Rook A4 check. Maybe Rook B3, let's say, awaiting. Bishop F3, maybe black has to.
Yeah, and I wait, let's say somehow. Oh, now this is okay. This is winning, yeah. So let's go back. This is winning, yeah. Yeah. Because if you get the king on E3, it's winning. So I cannot allow that. So go back. Oh, maybe it's winning all along. Yeah, not very interesting endgame actually. Very, very interesting endgame.
Yeah.
So yeah, this was a
Black to play.
sorry, it was black to move. That's why. So can I I have a question. Can I cut off the king and play something like this, or you'll just keep going king d2 and king d3?
No,
No,
not
not
king
king
d2.
d2. King
Maybe
d4.
rook e3 now and nobody
No,
will
I
leave.
think if instead of rook e7, if you went anywhere else, you could have rook d8 check.
That's true. So king rook d1 and I must go king
Go
d4
to
otherwise.
d4.
So this is very subtle. And in time pressure, it's very easy to not realize this unless you have
Yeah.
clarity about what to do in this position, no? With the rook on.
So what if you go rook a1? I like this idea of Padmini.
Which one?
I forgot whose idea it was, but rook a1
Yeah.
instead of.
Yeah, that's what happened in the game. And
And
king
now let's
d3,
think
what were you planning?
king d3.
Rook a3, let's say.
Or maybe rook a4.
Yeah, rook a4 also is very interesting.
And now if I move my bishop,
King e1, rook is hanging, so rook a3 check.
I go king e4 back.
Now king e1, king d2.
Yeah.
King e1.
So maybe black waits with bishop f3 instead of getting
No,
in.
your king is on
Rook
f2,
a4.
no?
And
Yeah,
now
now king c2.
And you
So
cannot
I
wait.
thought bishop f3, but anyway, rook check is coming.
Yeah, rook e3
Yeah.
check.
And if bishop e6 or something, bishop e6, rook e3. So let's say bishop h3.
Is it a draw actually?
This could be a draw.
Very interesting position, but yeah, as you mentioned, Soumya, with time trouble, it's very, very difficult to handle this. And I have a very interesting question by Aman Agarwal for both of you. If you could answer it, maybe Padmini first. Have you ever broken something after a bad loss?
No, I've not literally broken anything, but I have really wanted to break my pen in a half or something. But I don't think I have actually done it. I'm like, I love my pens or something too much, so I can't break them. But I have this really big urge to break things.
And
I have broken my heart.
Yeah, good.
It's the most fragile and precious part. And that's been broken into pieces number of times. Thanks to some losses. And the most annoying part of losing terribly is your opponent will come and show that game to everyone.
Yeah.
So you have to repeatedly see that game because your opponent is busy showing it off, like it's being published in some article, someone is making a video out of it, and you're repeatedly fed that information again and again into your brain that how badly you can play chess ever. So that's the worst part of playing very
But I feel also sometimes your opponent shows that, oh, they're so sad about you making a blunder in a winning position, let's say, but they are actually not. So, so I find that very annoying. Okay, be happy. I can see that you're happy at winning the game. So just be.
Yeah, sometimes I feel I want to celebrate, over the board, but it's not allowed. When my opponent blunders, I'm like, yes, you missed it.
But I think it should be allowed in chess. Yeah, in all the other sports, they celebrate after the win. Even in chess, I feel like there should be some state, after you finish your game, you can go there and you can just do
Yeah, you should be allowed to dance or at least laugh
Scream,
loudly.
अरे क्या उल्लू बनाया opponent को.
But then the problem is your opponent will never talk to you again. So if it's a friend, it's just...
I think games. Okay, most chess players, they try to keep the on the board and off the board things different. Yeah, or what do you think? Or it can translate into the real life, like if you're friends.
What's in their eyes? It might backfire in your friendship also. I don't know. It depends. It depends on how thick your friendship is. The test of your friendship.
Yeah.
What has
How
been?
about you?
I have a
How about
question.
you, Harshit? Have you ever broken anything?
Oh yeah, I've broken. I've definitely broken like my mouse a few times. After whenever I like if I once I remember that I was playing a very important tournament from India, and it was online, and I was a queen up, and it was a pretty high stake match, and my internet connection ने धोखा दे दिया मुझ पे, तो
Hmm.
मैंने मेरे माउस पे धोखा दे दिया.
Yeah, that's one of the like terrible aspects about online chess.
Yeah, and um, I think that it's still a very good job done by all these websites to kind of make chess into a more e-sport kind of a game where the spectators can enjoy. And we've seen so many people loving chess now. Even in flights में जब भी travel करता हूँ कोई ना कोई chess.com पे खेलता ही रहता है.
अरे वेरी ट्रू. मैं आई कैन टेल यू काउंटलेस इंसिडेंट्स. फ्लाइट पे तो यस, एयरपोर्ट पे यस. मैं परसों ट्रेन से ट्रैवल कर रही थी, वहां पे भी. मैं लास्ट वीक नीचे मेरे आइसक्रीम पार्लर गई, वहां पे भी वो बंदा काउंटर पे चेस ही खेल रहा है. एंड व्हेन आई गॉट, like, it was very nice actually, because I did not tell him anything. I just got my ice cream and got out of the shop. And when I was exiting, he was like, "Yeah, checkmate," and he was so happy. It's like so nice to see people enjoying chess so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I've seen fans are also like when they play their own games, they're affected by the wins and losses the same way as we are. So
Yeah,
the
yeah.
feeling is the same.
I read a chat, Paddu, saying someone. Aman Agarwal. Aman Agarwal wrote in the chat that I once threw a chessboard out of the window.
लो भाई चाहिए ही नहीं. ना रहेगा ना देगा तरास.
That's amazing. But I have actually torn score sheets. I have not broken anything. But after a very bad loss, I have torn that score sheet and thrown it in the dustbin and never looked at that game again. Like, that has happened.
Yeah, everyone has their own way of dealing with losses.
Hey, do you want to get some puzzle battles in before the next round? It will be fun.
Yeah,
Yeah, let's do it.
Huh? So
Yeah.
we'll do
we're
winner to stay.
yeah.
So the player who doesn't play will do commentary, like yesterday.
Sounds
Okay.
good.
Okay. So I think Paddu and Harshit, do you want to go first, or should me and Paddu go first? How do we do this?
I can
Okay,
start.
me and Harshit will go first.
Okay, chalo. So I'll follow. 1 second.
What's your username?
Accio Chess.
Okay.
ACCIOCHESS.
Found you.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Okay, I'll say okay.
Oh, it started. It started.
Oh, it started. We'll get it shortly, guys. We'll get
What?
it on
How was
screen.
that? I got wrong on the first one.
Oh no. 32
Yeah.
for Harshit and 16 for Patu.
Oh my God, what a
Quite good,
that
very
was
good
so bad.
speed by both of you, but
No.
accuracy level शायद थोड़ा गड़बड़ हो गया, but brilliant. This was
थोड़ा
super
ज्यादा.
fun.
Yeah.
The
Let's.
puzzle थोड़ा, if you're playing after a long time, especially, I think it's very easy to go wrong very quickly.
And also
It's,
to forget that it's important to solve the questions and to just think how many you're solving, because 3 mistakes is just it takes for the game
Yeah.
to get over.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, you might have a lot of time, but then it doesn't help.
Soumya might beat me actually.
Yeah, I have a feeling also now. But no pressure. No pressure.
Hey, there is a chat, by the way. Harry Potter says joke entry for diamond membership. Question: Why shouldn't you use old bread as a chess piece? Because it would be a stalemate. Very nice.
Yeah, good one.
Good one. Good one. Okay. I'll also play. Huh? Chalo, wait.
Yeah, so it's Soumya versus Harshit.
Are you
Oh
going
my
to
God.
send me a challenge? Yes.
All right,
Raja
let's focus.
340.
But Harshit has been warmed up a little bit.
I know.
Oh yeah, warmed up by mistake.
So shall I accept?
Yes.
Yes, please accept.
Okay.
Please
Chalo.
accept the defeat.
ए यार क्या है? No, Harshit, I'm gonna fight.
Until
You're
the
probably
end.
going to beat me.
Oh God.
Yeah, so it's going on very fast, and we are trying. Oh, it's the same position. It was the same position. Puzzle patterns are like both players get same
Both players
position.
are the same, yeah.
I didn't
Yeah,
know.
of course.
This is
What?
like
What? It's the same puzzle, but that's the point.
guys, you focus
That's
on
the
your
point.
board. Yeah. Okay,
wow.
as a spectator, so now I know all the positions are same.
Okay.
Oh God. I want to beat you.
Me too.
क्या है?
Come on. I think the captures are the ones which takes most time. Like you play a move like Queen F7 check and Queen F8 check, and then you have to take Rook into F8 when opponent takes.
It's true.
And in this puzzle
but
rushes,
okay, fine, whatever.
and in this puzzle rushes, they always make you capture
Oh,
until the
ooh la la. Made my
La
first
la
mistake.
la. What
yeah,
was
it's
that?
a very close contest going on. Both players have
Right.
1 minute and 33 seconds. So I am hoping they're focusing on their battle.
We
while
are.
they are commenting.
We are. At least I am.
Sound is good. Make the board smaller so you don't have to move. Yeah, that's a good trick. Yeah, that's right. Manas Mishra says we should make the board smaller. So I don't know what view the players are
That's
having.
true, but I've not done that. Thanks for the tip.
Yeah.
But अभी थोड़ा late
Yeah,
हो गया.
next time. Yeah, for me also. I should do it next time. Yeah, it's a very close battle. Yeah, it is like a really, really close battle.
Okay, fine. I'm happy. It's at least close. ये क्या है? Come on,
27 seconds left. Come on. Soumya.
उसको come on बोल रही है यार.
ये क्या है? Okay. हाँ, मुझे ही सब cheer करो और chat में भी. La la la. Oh God. ये क्या है? Oops. Damn.
Guys, do you think it will be a tie?
No. Say no, guys.
Oh no, yeah, no.
Oops.
It was very close, and
Oh my
Harshit
God.
won the puzzle battle by only 2
Oh.
points. But that's a
No more. We
It's a
stop. That's it.
I'm
No
so
more puzzle
sad. I'm
battle.
so sad.
Now
okay,
we'll see
okay.
if I didn't break anything, but if Soumya Didi will break anything, but she didn't. So we are cool. We're chill here.
Could have taken pawn into c2 here. Damn.
Or
Anyway,
queen
No,
c1.
that's
I
what
think
I
queen
took that
c1.
wrong.
Harshit has won.
You need
It
to
is
take queen
2-0,
c1.
Paddu. We should come back actually.
Yeah.
Next time.
Okay, let's do one more puzzle rush or tomorrow later. We have many streams there, and we'll be
in
following
next
the
week.
matches, and we will see
We should
how
totally
the chat will.
make secret preparation between ourselves, Paddu, and beat both these guys.
Arre.
Yeah.
She's
We
like,
will see how we are progressing during the tournament in puzzle battle.
I can
End of
hear.
the tournament.
Don't make
How
me a
India is
part of your
progressing
agenda.
in world team and how we are progressing in puzzle battle. Both of these live transmissions are happening on this
Yeah.
channel.
Yeah.
No, but great battle. Well played, guys. I was just very lucky in the end to win against Samya.
Yeah. Do you
good
think
players
in
are-
puzzle battle mouse skills are playing an important role also?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I didn't practice this in a very long time, but I think just
It
because of
should.
my mouse skills, I was able to like be a little faster than Samya.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also, yeah, it's fine, Harshit. But by the way, Harshit, I've been meaning to ask you,
Yeah.
no, actually, yeah, I've been meaning to really ask you some important questions about your life. But before that,
With my
maybe
life.
we can have about how your life is going. But before that, maybe we can. Yeah, do you want to? I wanted to ask Paddu if she wants to do like one more puzzle battle because she was a little unaware of what was happening earlier. Do you want another round, Paddu?
Yeah, sure. We can do.
We can go.
Alrighty.
This is a practice puzzle battle
Do
between
you guys
me
want to
and
do against
Soumya.
each other?
ठीक है. We can do
Yeah.
it against each other. We can do a practice puzzle battle. Next time.
Yeah.
You want
And
to
I'll
do.
watch and commentate on that battle.
Okay.
ठीक है. So new battle. I'll send you a challenge.
Okay.
This is the best.
Accio chess. Yeah.
Oh, there is a rating for puzzle battle also.
I know, it's so sad. I've lost half my rating because of Abhimanyu and Harshit.
I'm like
Arre.
2152.
I used to be very good, but now I need to
Just
get back.
starting.
All right.
So I'll send you a challenge. Okay?
Yeah, yeah.
Guys, who is going to win in India versus Uzbekistan? Not this puzzle battle. And they have started
God.
very quickly.
Okay.
Oh God, I did not minimize my screen again and my mouse.
Yeah,
is
me
stuck.
too. Me too. So at least we are playing fair.
Come on.
And now I'm
Come
like,
on, come on, turn the radio on.
La 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 la. My mouse.
I had a mouse clip.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
Wow.
I want.
Very quickly, Samya being very accurate. Bang, bang. Padmini trying to catch up.
Paddu, you
12,
can
12.
also.
Yeah, I'm trying to focus.
Yes.
Wow.
ये क्या है? Wow, this is a beautiful position.
Yes.
See. La 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 la. Okay.
Wow, guys, look at their speed. They're both playing very quickly, and you can play this puzzle battle too on chess.com against your friends and improve your speed and also your alertness.
What's happening? What's happening?
23, 21, 24 to 22.
Something is dying here.
Very close battle. Samya finding mate in 2 like she should.
ये क्या है? हाँ, okay. Fine.
She found F6 and one move was
क्या है?
enough.
Okay, I hope this is correct.
Case में क्या है?
अरे यार मेरा.
Rook
Okay.
E7. Rook F7.
Damn, this was tough.
Padmini is catching up.
Oops.
Oh God.
Wow. Guys, the score is level.
What is this? What is this? Oh, why am I doing this all the time? Okay,
Oops.
now has won.
What?
Soumya has won the battle.
Yeah, but you can keep doing it and
Let's
increase your score.
let's break
Yes.
at least my 38 week score.
Yeah, let's do 40.
Yeah, let's
ठीक
do
है.
it, Soumya.
I'll try.
Yeah.
Oh, now you will with that beautiful puzzle that you solved.
Okay, I hope so.
Wow. Soumya in big form.
What? What? What the hell is
Soumya,
this?
play fast. Rook 8 c4.
But which one? Okay.
8 c4.
Thanks. थोड़ा cheating हो गया.
Queen h5. Oh, one more.
What?
Play.
Oh,
Ah.
this would have been a tie.
Amazing
It's
battle,
a tie
guys.
with Harshit. Yes.
So much fun.
Yeah.
One for the spectators, I think. It's
Yeah,
fine.
I think it'll be also fun for the spectators to see. Obviously, we are more focused on the Indian team and also on the side how our puzzle battles are improving or not.
Yeah, and it's going to be very exciting, guys. We saw India will have a lot of confidence going into this round. What are your predictions? As we know, the Uzbek team is definitely not someone to be taken granted for, as they have shown excellent chess in the last few months with their team.
Padu, why don't you go first?
Yeah, I feel this time India has the edge, but it'll be a tough fight, and we won against Azerbaijan now, so we'll be all motivated. So I hope that will help the Indian team to do well in this round also.
Certainly. I am actually curious, whom will we field? Will we maintain the same team or will we make some changes? What?
Has the pairing already come? So the pairing has already come.
The pairing is out,
pairing has
and it
come.
seems like our good friend and co-commentator Abhijeet Gupta will be playing, guys. So let's quickly, if we can have a look at the pairing, guys. What are your predictions for the match? What do you think the score will be between India and Uzbekistan? Do you think India will draw? Do you think India will win 2.5, 1.5? Do you think India will win 3-1, or क्या होगा, guys?
बिल्कुल आपके predictions भेजिए and miracles do happen. So the more energy we send our team, the more they feel it and they feel more and more confident.
Yeah.
By the way, the pairings are such that Vidit is playing Yakubov or Nodirbek. No surprises in the Uzbekistan field. By the way, they are fielding exactly the same players. Vidit playing Yakubov Nodirbek with white pieces. Nihal will be black against Sindaro Yaukir. S L Narayanan playing against Vakhido, Shamsuddin and Abhijeet Gupta with black pieces against Vakhido Jahangir. So evenly balanced matchups, most of them, except for I think Vidit is definitely the stronger player on board one, and especially with white pieces. And yeah, the rest of them, it depends on whose day it is. What do you guys think?
I am predicting a win for Nihal and S L Narayanan.
Nice. And so one win for Nihal and one for SL and the rest two draws. Is that what you're predicting?
Yeah, I think India will win 3-1. I have this feeling.
Brilliant. We love your prediction, Harshit. And let's see what our chat thinks. Chat, all those things 4-0 जीतेंगे हम. Wow, very optimistic there. And Sakar Chess Ambernath says 2.5, 1.5 से जीतेंगे. That is also very much acceptable for us. हैरी पॉटर तो बोल रहे 2-1 होगा और 1 मैच अबैंडन ही हो जाएगा. मतलब
ये तो
क्यों
अलग ही
उनका इमेजिनेशन बहुत ही अच्छा है. वो हैरी पॉटर भी है और उन्होंने वो मैजिकल वर्ल्ड भी देखा है, तो उनका इमेजिनेशन बहुत इम्प्रूव हो गया है उसकी वजह से. एंड बाकी लोग इतना प्रेडिक्शंस दे नहीं रहे हैं फिलहाल. नाइस
What was
नाइस.
your score? What was your score, Samya?
I also thought that maybe we'll get 3-1 in, but I was thinking Vidit and SL will win, and Nihal and Abhijeet will make a draw. Actually, I really liked the way SL handled the wide game that he got against who was it? Whom did we play in the second round?
Poland.
Let's check. Yeah, Poland. Yeah, and I really liked the way he handled that whole game. And even now, actually, I was watching, he had an advantage against Gusenov in that end game, but I think a draw was enough. So, and also they were less on time, so they just took the draw at some point. So, I have high hopes from SL and VD as well.
Yeah. And Padmini, what do you think the score will be?
Yeah, I also feel it will be, yeah, but I feel it might be like, I don't know. Yeah, I think it'll be, I can't predict this match actually.
What do you think is the minimum we need in this match to qualify for the quarterfinals?
I think a win is good enough.
Yeah, I think 2.5 should be good.
Yeah, 2.5 should be good, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I have a fun question for all the chat. Whoever predicts the the perfect result on all 4 boards, maybe we can get Rakesh to give them a diamond membership somewhere to predict the result on all the 4 boards. That is a very fun thing to predict, like fantasy football.
हाँ, ठीक है. Nice. Very nice. And oh, there is a question in the chat. Aman Agarwal says, do chess players keep their seconds a secret or the details are publicly available? One of you wants to take this?
Yeah, I think chess players keep their seconds a secret because it will also tell a lot about their preparation. So as much as the players can keep the information away from the other player, it helps.
So when you keep someone a second, you mean when you keep your second a secret, you mean that they will also play the same lines that they suggest for the player, and that's the reason we keep them a secret, or what is it?
They might, or it can also make the opponent keep guessing that what you're preparing, what might be your direction, because a lot of the times whoever the secret is and whatever their expertise is, they will be helping in that area maybe.
Yeah.
So like if MVL is helping someone, we might predict a grunt fit. Like we might at least definitely check it. So
Chess Assist is in the chat and he has been a commentator for many of our events. So hi Sahil, and he predicts draw. That's his prediction. Okay.
Sahil bhai, that is not going to happen.
बहुत ही solid prediction, मतलब ठीक है, देखते हैं. And what do you think, Harshit, about the second question?
I have myself seconded a few players recently and also before. So
how was your experience, by the way? Okay, you can answer this and tell us about your experience also.
I thought that the players like to keep it a little personal, as Padmini mentioned very rightly. For example, if let's say Virat Kohli is my batting coach, then they know that I'm going to, or Daniel Dubov is like, it's a good example is Daniel Dubov is my second, then I'm going to go for funky ideas. So they will start looking for funky ideas from the beginning. And similarly, if they know that, like, that, for example, I personally like to play some dynamic chess as well, so they might be looking at some dynamic options, or they look at my openings. um and experience is amazing. Like, you get to learn a lot working with these top players. I myself learned a lot, like how hard they work. दे सुबह से लेकर रात तक उनके दिमाग में सिर्फ चेस ही रहता है.
And
So
have you like burned the midnight oil while working as a second?
oh yeah, I like, sometimes you go to, like, sometimes, like, when I did it from the US, and then I go to sleep at 3 4, and then I know that there was some problem in my line. Then again I have to wake up at 3 4, and then अरे क्या गड़बड़ हो गया, and then check. I mean, it's not at all an easy task, but uh, if you're up for it, then why not? And actually, we saw the players
Yeah,
already
we do.
sitting on the board, Soumya. Um, if we could have that camera angle whenever our producer Bhai returns, that would be great. And here we see SL in good mood, talking with Abhijeet,
Yeah.
having friendly banter, just relaxing before the round. Vidit, on the other hand, very focused as always. What are your like pre-round routines?
Soumya,
I
yeah.
actually, I'm a little bit like VD, even though I don't exactly meditate on the board, but I like to keep to myself and not speak to anyone. In fact, in the morning itself, like not just before the game, but just before the game, during the day itself, I don't like to interact with too many people.
Mhm.
Obviously, at breakfast, you have to, like, you will meet someone you know, so you have to, like, at least be cordial and be a normal. थोड़ा बहुत प्रिटेंड करके नॉर्मल बनना पड़ता है दिखाना पड़ता है कि आप एक अच्छे इंसान हो सो यू do your hello hi but I prefer to be by myself because I just like to be in my zone and I think but there are also like players like Abhijeet and as we saw, he likes to even gangs actually loves to speak to others and be very very relaxed for the game. How's your pre-game ritual, Paddu?
So I think I don't go out of my way to speak to people, but if someone comes to me, I'm like, I feel I'm relaxed enough to talk to them and won't really avoid them.
Hmm.
Yeah, so I think I try to keep it not very. I'm not like greedy, or
Hmm.
I think I'm like opposite to you also. So
Yeah. And yeah, I think you are like Setu and gangs, like you also like to speak to everyone. I've seen you uh, be very like relaxed before the games, but you also have like your moods. That's what I've
yeah,
observed.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's probably true. It depends on mood. I think Setu is very serious. No, before the games, I
No,
feel.
not at all. I've only seen him laugh. He's serious, but he likes to interact
Okay.
and, let go of that seriousness and anxiety by just laughing loudly
Okay.
and cracking a lot of jokes. He, Adipan, all of them, they are like usually, they try, that's their way of letting go of their nervousness and anxiety actually before the game by just chit chatting and loosening up a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. We see Vidit is very calm and focused.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so is SL and Nihal, and we can see a little bit of Abhijeet also.
Yeah. Definitely. And actually, rounds are about to start now. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
uh, we will see kickoff anytime. Uzbek players, only the fourth board is on the board, and Nodirbek is here. But the rest of the two, where are they?
They
Probably
are.
having a light chat with their coach or
Yeah.
something.
And we see all the Indian players. We see Vidit Gujrathi having the white pieces and S L Narayanan having the white pieces. So we'll definitely be looking to take advantage of that, as Nihal and Abhijeet would try to play more solidly. It's going to be very interesting to see if Vidit manages to continue his a winning streak after winning with Shakhriyar Mehmedyarov in the last round, and if he can keep it up and take down Yakubov Nordirbek, also a very strong player. What do you guys predict? E4 or D4?
Wow, very
A good
difficult
question.
question. Yeah.
I think D4.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I
Soumya?
think, yeah.
Padu, would you actually like to make predictions on all the boards, because I think
Yeah.
you need to leave, so maybe you can
Yeah.
just give your thoughts on the games.
So my prediction is on the first board, Vidit versus Nordirbek, it will be a D4. And on the second board, Javokir Sindarov will play E4.
Mm-hmm.
SL will also play E4. And Vakidov Jahangir, I'm not sure. Maybe. Okay, I'll just go with E4.
Mm-hmm.
So one D4 and rest E4s, I'm predicting.
One D4 and rest D4. I like it.
Yeah.
Interesting. We'll see if it goes the way you have predicted, and also your match scores. Padu, it was great to have you with us. Very lucky for the Indian team, certainly. We got our first win in. We hope you'll join us in the upcoming streams as well. Yeah.
I will.
Super.
Thank you. I had a great time watching the match, and the games will start soon. So I'll let you guys, start your commenting. And bye, everyone. See you again later.
Bye. Thanks so
Bye.
much, Padmini, for joining. Guys, always great to have someone from the Indian team join us. So, yeah, thanks for joining, Padmini.
Yeah, thanks. Bye.
Bye-bye.
And here we see handshakes and kickoff.
We do see kickoff. Let's just try and bring the boards.
Vidit focusing, meditating before the first round.
Don't see the boards yet. Let me just refresh and get it as soon as possible.
Yeah. Guys, Padmini, OP in the chat. Always great to have her commenting with us. And also support for the Indian team, as Vidit has played D4 in the first move. Knight F6, C4, E6 played very quickly. Soumya. And
I think there is a slight delay, so we can see it on the screen, but it's not yet on the server. So we'll get it very soon.
Yeah.
Guys, we are trying to get it fixed. Oh, that's fine. Yeah. I got it.
Yeah, just going to have the boards on the screen now, as Vidit is going to be playing.
Oh, there we have SL's game on the board. Actually, quite a few moves there already.
Yeah, let's have a look.
SL has played E4 as Padmini predicted. So one right. E4, E5, Knight F3, Knight C6, Bishop B5. The Spanish opening A6, Bishop A4, Knight F6, Castle, Knight E4. Open Spanish, very trendy at the moment, was also played by Fabiano Caruana in the candidates. D4, B5, Bishop B3, D5, DE5, Bishop E6, and C3. Hikaru Nakamura's choice against Fabiano in the candidates game, which he won famously and made a huge, amazing video analysis of it on his channel as well. So this was the exact, in fact, Fabiano played Bishop C5 here, which is the main line, but Bishop E7, a more solid system chosen by SL's opponent, Vaibhav Shamsuddin. Harshit, I'm sure you play this line with white as well as black. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, I have actually played this line a lot, and I even know that SL Narayanan has played this line a lot with the white pieces. So would be very interesting to see how this game continues. I think maybe he will go for knight BD2 right now.
Sorry,
Um,
yeah, we have it on the screen. You think he'll go
yep,
for knight BD2? Sorry, knight BD2 here, and
maybe you can even make it a knight BD2, knight C5, maybe bishop C2 D4 could be something that we could see happen on the board. Knight B3 D3 bishop B1. This might be something that we could see a very trendy line. And the other interesting, when he does go for knight BD2, indeed, Soumya, the other line which black could do after knight BD2 is to go short castle.
bishop E7, knight BD2, and he actually goes for knight C5, Harshit. You were
Okay,
mentioning that black can
he
go
does.
for castle,
Yep,
but we probably will see the line which you were showing,
yep,
and with D4 coming in. Let's also have a look at our other boards and come back here once we have a brief overview of
yep,
what our
yep,
other players
yep,
are doing. So this was board 3. Let's go to board 4 and we go back to board 2. So this is
yep.
Abhijeet Gupta playing against Vakidov Jahangir on board 4 with the black pieces. So let's flip the board here. C4. English opening kheli hai. And E5, one of the main ways to face the English. Knight C6, E4, Bishop B4. Harshit, you have to tell us यहाँ की subtleties. You have to explain it to us. Is it okay to give up this bishop for the knight right out of the opening?
So yeah, it's a little unusual to give up the bishop for the knight, as you mentioned, but Soumya, as we know that in close position, the knights are considered to be a little more superior than the bishops, and here we see that the central pawns are kind of clasped together, which makes the position quite closed, and this is the only reason why black decided to do this. And also not to forget to mention that white has doubled pawns on c3 and c4, which is also one of the reasons of compensation for giving up the bishop pair.
Nicely explained there, Harshit. Thank you. And black plays h6 here, not allowing bishop g5,
Yep.
g3. So he's extremely proud of his knights. He doesn't want to give them up even for the bishop. And he plays h6, g3, bishop e6 here, bishop g2, queen d7. It would be great to get bishop h3 in. White plays rook b1, attacking b7 pawn. So
Yeah.
we need to
And rook
defend
b8.
it. B6
Oh,
coming
b6.
in.
Also,
And
another
knight.
idea for black
Sorry.
is to go b5 in these kind of positions.
Wow. And
So
sacrifice?
no, not now, but like rook. Let's say like rook b8, a6, b5 to break
All
up
right.
this pawn structure of the c4 pawn, because whenever black takes, black gets control of the d5 square, and then he can later push d5. So to get both b5 and d5 is the other plan, but here uh, uh, Abhijeet goes for a different plan, which is to block all uh, the pawn breaks with b6 and threaten bishop h3. So I think h3 will be played.
No, he actually played knight h4 here. Not he's allowed bishop h3 because
Wow.
he, I guess, wants to go bishop h3 and bishop f3. Do you think that is what he wants to play, or will he take will he take on h3 and go knight f5? He has an option.
Yeah, I think bishop h3, bishop f3 might be something that he wants to do, because taking on h3 does seem to favor black, as the light squares are in control, and after knight f5, maybe just g6.
and you're forced to go back. You can't take because rook at 6, and this is not a material combination which you desire as white.
Yeah.
So yeah, knight h4, interesting choice by
Mhm.
Wakidov. Um, but black also did not go bishop h3. So it's very interesting to see that black also does not play bishop h3 here. He is going for castle instead,
Yeah.
and white castled, and this is the live position that we have in their board. Oh, bishop h3 played finally.
Yeah.
So 45 minutes for Vakidov Jahangir versus 40 for Abhijeet. But I think bishop h3, very typical. And what do you think can be white and black's ideas in this position?
I think white might want to break with f4. It's a very, very typical idea in this position to open the rook file and also try to launch some sort of an attack. Seems to be quite complicated, Soumya. Maybe you can just quickly see how the other games have improved and come back in this position as we see Abhijit, we see Vakirov thinking.
Certainly. So f4 played, bishop g2, king g2. This is the live position. We'll get back to this game very
Just to
soon. Let's have a look
just to
at what.
summarize, sorry, in that position, Soumya, that I actually think that it's very, very easy to play with white. And I'll just leave it there. I think that white has gotten a pretty nice position out of the opening. So let's see how Abhijit manages to kind of face this pressure.
All right, then.
Yeah.
We will. Let's have a look at Nihal versus Sindaro Vyavokir on the second board where Nihal is black. So that was board 4, which we saw just now, and this is board 2.
Mhm.
And they have reached this position out of the opening. Let's just quickly go through the opening moves. E4 was played by Sindarov as the first move, E4, E5, knight F3, knight C6, bishop C4, bishop C5, knight C3, knight F6. So the 4 knights defense, or as you can see, all the 4 knights are out by the 4th move already. And D3, H6, preventing bishop G5 and knight D5 ideas. So H6, castle, castle, H3, A6, almost symmetrical position, only difference being D3 and A6, bishop E3, bishop into E3, F E3, D6 and D4. This is usually a break that white desires. B5, bishop D3, rook E8, and D5 as well. Knight E7, knight D2. And you know what Nihal played here?
C6.
He played rook F8 back.
Wow. Wow.
And he has 45 minutes on his clock. So it's not like he has spent too much time. He might be thinking in his opponent's time, of course, because Sindaro has utilized a lot of his time, 8 minutes already. He has 37 minutes now. And rook f8 makes sense because this file is open, and knight d2 obviously opening up space for the rook on the f file. So rook f8 could be a good idea just to keep things under control. Also, we must not forget that rook e8 was played when the pawn was still on d4.
Yeah.
While here, after d5, there are no ed4 ideas anymore, opening up space for the rook. So the structure in the center has changed. This is a closed position now, and black can afford to make moves like rook f8 back. You know, the position has changed slightly. King h2 and bishop d7. This is the live position we have on the board.
Yeah, great instructive points mentioned there by Soumya. As black went rook f8, maybe at some point might want to break with c6 or c5. And we had a few people asking in the chat, why is Abdus Sattarov not playing? I think he had some other commitments at this time, which is why he could not play. And besides that, they have the same team which won the Olympiad 2022 in Chennai this year. But Abdus Sattarov, Soumya, was like the final puzzle in the Lego set, which brought everything together. and without them, they would definitely be missing their star kid.
Definitely. Also, Abdul Sarkarov, the current world rapid champion, a huge star there. Definitely they will be missing him. Let's hope they miss him in this round as well, and we get uh, our desired result as
Yeah.
our Indian team. Now let's go to the first board. Vidit is playing against Jakubo Nodirbek. And as predicted by Padmini, he did play d4. So she got 3 out of 4 right. Only on the last
Wow.
board, we saw a c4.
C4. Yeah.
Pretty cool. Very intuitive player, Padmini Raut, and we see why. Intuitions work very well. d4 was played as the first move. Knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4. Nimzo Indian e3. Short castle, bishop d3, d5, knight f3, d into c4, bishop c4, c5, castle, cd, ed, and b6.
Yeah.
Bishop g5, bishop g5, bishop into c3, pawn into c3, and bishop b7.
Yeah.
I'm curious why black needs to take bishop c3 before playing bishop b7 here. Maybe
Yes.
you can explain that, Harshit?
Yeah. One of the reasons that after bishop b7, if you can make it,
Yeah.
White can perhaps go rook c1 and take with the rook on c3. That is one point, that the rook will be able to capture the knight on c3. Maybe that is something that black wants to avoid, because bishop f3 you can even take with the queen, also with the rook, as you mentioned. And these two bishops are going to be nasty now, looking at the king side. So he decides to take and spoil the pawn structure. Very typical. And now
And then bishop b7, queen e2, knight b7, and rook a c1. This is the current position on the board. Why does he bring the rook to c1, Harshit?
So black's next move was going to be queen to c7, Samya. So let's say instead of rook a c1, you make a move like
d1.
a4, okay, or rook a d1,
Yeah.
queen c7. And now the black's threat is to take bishop takes f3 and take the bishop on c4. And if you move the bishop, then the c3 pawn will be falling. So I think that rook a c1 is kind of a prophylaxis move, with it showing his class and opening preparation, going rook a c1.
That's very deep stuff. Thank you for explaining that, Harshit. So rook a c1 on the board. Vidit is up on the clock as well. He has 41 minutes and Jakubo Nodirbek with 37. So we can definitely think that Vidit is still in his prediction, in his opening preparation, as you mentioned, Harshit.
Yeah, and somewhere we've got a lot of moves in the S L Narayanan versus Wakhidov Shamsuddin. Maybe we can see how that game progressed as we left it after knight to c5.
Bishop c2 was played, d4. This is all opening theory, played for about 20 years now, actually. And knight b3, d3, bishop b1. A typical situation where the bishop is actually stuck on b1. As you can see, the d3 pawn looks like a monster. But the point is that white can attack it and hope to win it someday. He can also play a4 and make a square for his bishop on a2. So it's a very nuanced opening where you actually need to study it very deeply at home, and only then can play it over the board. Knight b3, played a into b3. Now the d3 pawn is already hanging because the knight has been removed from the board. Bishop f5 supporting the d3 pawn. Rook e1. We can also go rook e3 and attack the d3 pawn once more. Short castle, b4 on the board, controlling the c5 square. So now we are actually threatening rook e3 on the next move, because black cannot play bishop c5. Queen d7, hoping to bring the rook, maybe not this one, but this one. to support the d3 pawn, because otherwise if you move this one, then a6 pawn will be hanging. And
Yeah.
bishop f4 and rook fd8. This is the live position that we have in SL's game.
And Soumya, have you ever played this position with either colors?
Not this exact position, but I have seen some games with the d3 pawn. Of course, I remember some very nice games. Also, Kasparov versus Anand, I think, or Anand, or was it Anand versus Kasparov?
Yep.
But was they played a few games in this Open Spanish. I think it was Kasparov versus Anand, and so I've seen some games in this structure, but somehow my opponents never ended up playing this exact system against me.
And let me show you an amazing variation in this line, Soumya. After rook e1, if you just go back a few moves.
Yep.
So rook e1, short castle was played.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
1 second. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're missing a move? Or... Yeah, bishop e3.
Bishop e3. Bishop e3 was not played. White played b4, but Harshit is showing us a nice line. So bishop e3.
Queen d5.
Okay.
h4. This was played by our fellow player Sethuraman. We've seen also many other games in this, but h4, rook fd8.
Okay.
Bishop d4.
h4, I think the idea is that black cannot take because of a beautiful move like bishop g5.
Yeah.
So the e5 pawn was not hanging, and rook fd8, and now
bishop d4.
Bishop d4. Now this pawn is hanging.
So they go d2.
All right. Wow.
And now Soumya, bishop takes f5.
We give up the exchange.
Yep. D takes e1, queen takes e1, and white has excellent compensation as shown by Sethuraman in one of his games in chess. Beautiful idea here, and look at how, opening preparation can directly lead into such a dangerous position.
Definitely. Like, for example, I can already see that queen b3 would be a mistake because of a move like queen e4, and then we go attack this knight and also attack this pawn at the same time.
Yeah.
So
you could even start with e6, I think.
Yeah, Izzy doesn't like my suggestion at all.
I think you could start with e6, maybe.
All right. Yeah, we can start with e6. Yeah, that's actually even nicer.
If you take, I take, and if you something go f6, then queen e4 will be very, very powerful, I think.
Yeah.
As that sun pawn and the c6 knight falls. Let's try to go back to the live board, though this was not what happened, but just showing the importance of opening theory in modern day. Both players were probably aware of this. SL chose bishop to f4.
He first played b4 here, queen d7, and then bishop f4. And they, in fact, have played a few more moves than when we left it. h3, a5, gaining some space, breaking open, and putting pressure. Actually, black is also putting pressure on white in this opening. It's one of those openings where you play for 3 results, and a5, ba5, rook a5, rook a5, knight a5. This is the current position on the board, Harshit. Can we play a move like knight d4 here is my question.
A move like knight d4, and if the bishop drops back, did you want to go e6?
Yeah, I thought black cannot allow e6, or he can. I thought this would not be good because let's say we play knight d4, he goes back, we go e6, and where does the queen move?
Let's say d5.
All right, and can we okay, first of all, bishop c7 is also hanging, no?
Yeah, that's true. That's bishop c7 is hanging.
Yeah. So you must take.
And fe6, knight e6, d2, maybe that could be a way to play.
d2 and rook E2, wait, bishop B1. Okay, E2, bishop B1. Hmm. But maybe I just take bishop G6. And you take, and I take back.
No, bishop just a piece up, yeah.
Oh, you're just a piece up. I'm sorry. So yeah, black is a piece up, so this is not possible. What do I play for D2?
Let's see.
Maybe
just bishop D2.
Or maybe rook F1.
Sorry.
Yeah,
bishop B1, then knight D8.
No, but E6 was hanging. Yeah, we shouldn't blunder our pieces away. Yeah, bishop D2 looks like the best move, I think. But then rook, I was worried about queen D2, but then you take on D8. Because after queen D1,
There is,
actually... no, maybe we... This position is
B1,
good for...
there
this
is an
position...
amazing move, B4. B4.
Wow!
And after knight C4, there
I
is knight
see your
C6.
idea. Oh, this is very nice and deep. We need to calculate a lot in order to reach here, but
Yeah.
if we manage, then we pick on the full point.
Yep. Guys, we do need your support for India to win this match. Do like the stream and put your give your best wishes to India as India is playing against the mighty Uzbek team. Soumya, Vidit's opponent seems to be strolling around. What's happening there?
So let's just give an overview of what's happening here. We think knight d4 is very much possible because of the line we just showed, and maybe black can play something else, but definitely a decent move knight d4 with some beautiful ideas. Let's see what SL goes for. We can go to Vidit's game now and have a look at what's happening there. Rook a c1 के बाद black ने queen c7 ही खेला, तो knight d2 आ गए with it to defend the bishop on c4 and basically prevent bishop f3, queen f3 and queen c4, which was possible with the knight on f3. So knight d2, knight to d5 was played, and white actually took the knight, which is a surprising decision. Bishop into d5, and black did not take it with the bishop. He actually took it back with the pawn, rook fe1 and f6. So this pawn is backward. Even though this pawn is isolated, this pawn is backward and weak. I think that is black's point here. f6, bishop h4, queen to c6. So he wants to go queen a4 maybe. And yeah, like but we must say that Vidit has much more time in his than his opponent. So Vidit played knight f1 here. He has played knight f1 here. And बैलेंस्ड पोजीशन ना, मतलब ऐसा नहीं बोल सकते कि किसी की भी पोजीशन बहुत अच्छी है पर खराब भी नहीं है, मतलब ओके आई फील ये c3 पॉन थोड़ा वीक है, बट एज कॉम्पनसेशन फॉर दैट वी हैव उनका बिशप इतना एक्टिव नहीं है, और a6 पे अगर आता तो शायद चल जाता, या बिशप f5 पे होता तो ऑफ कोर्स बढ़िया प्लेस्ड होता, बट ऑन b7 इट्स नॉट डूइंग एनीथिंग एंड he'll need a lot of moves to make it active again. Meanwhile, we can hope to bring a knight here, queen to d3, and have our own ideas like knight f5, and even f3 and c4 could be an idea. So we have something to play for ourselves, even though black doesn't have specific targets as weaknesses.
And guys, let's not forget Soumya herself had played in the Olympiad this year, has also represented India many times before. Soumya, you have a lot of experience in these team events. If you can tell us how it feels like, how the pressure is playing these events.
Oh, there's a huge pressure, especially if the team event is in India. Huge but if it's abroad, then it's slightly lesser, I would say. But still, of course, you're representing India, and it's like it's obviously a huge responsibility, I feel. But you also feel sort of privileged to have that responsibility. So it works both ways. I think managing that pressure is extremely important. And that's something you have to train your mind, to do it. And this is a question I have always had कि टीम इवेंट्स में हमारे टीममेट्स के बोर्ड्स देखने चाहिए या नहीं देखने चाहिए, क्योंकि अगर आप नहीं देखो तो आपके ऊपर लेस प्रेशर रहता है, बिकॉज यू आर ओनली फोकस्ड ऑन योर ओन गेम एंड इट्स मोर ऑफ एन इंडिविजुअल गेम, एंड पर अगर आप आपका टीममेट्स के गेम्स नहीं देखोगे तो आपको कैसे पता चलेगा कि कोई बहुत ही ज्यादा लॉस्ट पोजीशन में है, नाउ यू नीड टू प्ले फॉर अ विन. सो it's a tricky situation in that sense. And in a way it's good कि यहाँ पे time control बहुत कम है, like 45 minutes ही है. So by the time one of the players will reach a like there won't be much time to get up from your board basically. So even if you go and see your players teammates games, you'll maximum go once or twice to their board. तो इतना ज्यादा pressure नहीं होगा. I also feel you need to know your teammates a little well so that you know what is their playing style. अगर कोई risk लेके ही खेलने वाला है तुम्हारी टीम में, so you just let them play, and उनकी position जैसी भी हो, you just believe in them कि ये हमारी position बचा लेंगे, कुछ tactics ढूंढ के. So there are a lot of players who take a lot of risks, and if you're not used to playing with them in the same team, you might feel extremely nervous. It might put extra pressure on you, but so that's why it's very important to know your teammates playing styles and what they prefer, what they don't, all of these things. I feel like this was my experience, but yeah, it's always fun also, like it's very nice. And there's so many elements actually. Team tournament में इतने सारे elements होते हैं ना, it's actually very very interesting to play a team tournament. You have played the MCL, Harshit, and actually we used to have a lot of fun in the MCL tournaments as well, because it was like the online Olympiad format, right? With junior players and women players, senior players, all of them in the same team.
Yeah, it's I love team events. It's a great place to even have a lot to improve your camaraderie between the players, and also kind of have fun while playing chess. We actually saw Shirov and Ivanchuk on camera a few seconds back, two legends of the game of chess, also playing in this event. And we have Sokolov too. So kind of three players from the old generation in one frame. Definitely a good sight to see for all of the chess fans. And Vidit's opponent Soumya is just trolling कि भाई मतलब बहुत ही confident लग रहा है.
पर बहुत सारे प्लेयर्स ऐसे ही होते हैं ना, जैसे निहाल हमेशा ही he is taking a walk no matter what is the time situation and the board situation. And I think a lot of players just like to stroll around. They're still thinking about the position in their head, but maybe sitting on the board for too long puts some pressure on your opponent. Rook F7 has been played, by the way. So वो भी है. Do you usually think in your opponent's time, or do you like to take it easy and relax a bit, go and watch other games?
No, of course, I think during my opponent's time,
You do. Okay.
Because I think most of the players do, or if not, I think they should, because nowadays chess has become a very fast game, and I actually, if you saw the game recently between Magnus and Pragnananda in the third game, where Magnus drew, he was 2-0 up and clinched the match. He even saw the winning line in the third game, but he made a draw because he clinched the match. But the amount of calculation that these top players do is simply incredible. बहुत ही ज़्यादा सोचते हैं. And here, Soumya, we actually didn't take so much put attention on Abhijeet's game. He might be in small trouble.
Okay, let's just have a quick look at Abhijeet's position. He is black here. he has more time than his opponent, पर position थोड़ी back foot पे है. Knight on f5, beautifully placed there. It can be captured, but then you can
G-takes.
take back with G pawn, right? Or
For
you
sure,
take,
G-pawn
है ना?
without even thinking. Yeah.
And you play for an attack.
Yeah.
So that is a responsible decision that you need to take, and you probably don't want to take it immediately क्योंकि आप knight f5 तो कभी भी ले सकते हो. Um, what do you think can be White's plan here to put more pressure on Black? Because I think Black's duty in this game is to defend, and be a fortress. You know.
Yeah. For Soumya, this bishop on f4 against this knight on h7, and I personally have played this position once in a shorter time control, and I found this very hard to defend as White's attack is very natural and very easy, whereas Black's counterplay is very hard, and that's why I was mentioning this pawn break somehow with b5. अगर वो मिल जाता तो we could even do the d5 break. So now it seems like Vijit is going to have a long task in front of him in order to defend.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Basically, we want the pawn breaks to have something to play for, not to remain very passive. और ये पोजीशन में प्रॉब्लम ये है कि थोड़े हम पैसिव हो गए हैं, पर ये भी एक स्ट्रेटेजी हो सकती है ना. यू मेक योर अपोनेंट ओवर स्ट्रेच एंड देन यू वेट फॉर देम to create weaknesses in their camp because they are so desperate to attack you, and you take advantage of that desperation. You pounce on them when the time is right.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, for example, that is a strategy that Black has in the Scheveningen defense, which Kasparov employed for years together against Karpov. And in fact, that was one of the reasons why Karpov switched to d4 in their World Championship matches, because he couldn't face the Scheveningen anymore with a positive result. You know, he was not getting the results that he wanted, and so he switched to d4 against Kasparov. So that could also be a perspective that Black players have.
Yeah.
What was the result of the first match? Swapnil Sagar पूछ रहे हैं. हम first match जीत गए आज की against Azerbaijan, और we drew on 3 boards, and Gujrathi won against Shahryar Mamedorov. Very crucial win there for Team India. Which game do you want to focus on, Harshit?
I just see so many exchanges in the game of SL versus Vakido Shamsuddin. Seems like the game has already kind of went into an end game.
So knight d4 was played in the position that we saw last, and c5. Black gave up the f5 bishop, but White instead played e6 and not knight f5. White could have taken here, but he instead plays more actively. He plays e6, pawn sacrifice, take the pawn, and knight into f5 here. ef5, queen d3, bishop d3, rook d3, and rook e7. हमें pawn वापस मिल चुकी है, but now we have a bishop versus knight situation in a rook endgame. Usually these balances favor the side with the bishop, na Harshit, because when we have pawn islands on two sides, bishop is stronger than the knight, isn't it?
Yes, this looks very good for White, but of course good drawing chances for Black too. Maybe I would like to ask our producer Bhai if we could somehow fit in the scorecard so that it will be easier for our audience to follow. But yeah, so I mean, I think that White definitely has some chances in this position to win, as we know that Bishop does very well when there are pawns against both the sides on the flanks.
So knight c4 was played, as you mentioned. Black wants to go for more and more exchanges. एक बार ये दोनों pawns इन दोनों से exchange हो गए, तो फिर we will be left with 3 versus 3 on the same side, and usually this is completely equal, but in fact we can also say 3 versus 3 on the same side is slightly favorable to the side with the knight versus the bishop, क्योंकि knight can attack pawns on squares of any color, whereas the bishop can only attack the pawns of the same color.
Yeah, and here we see you could see the pairings and the results. It's still 0-0, and we saw
Wow.
in the last match how we won 2.5, 1.5. Soumya, what about Nihal? We also maybe could quickly check in on that game.
Definitely, but can I please just take a moment to appreciate our producer Niranjan for
Yeah,
doing this so fast, and the stream looks so beautiful right now.
yeah,
Everything in order. We have all the information that we need, and of course, the player cams, the most important part of our
yep.
broadcast. Beautiful job there, Niranjan. Thank you so much. Let's go to Nihal's game versus Sindarov Javokir. Nihal Sarin with the black pieces. यहाँ पे हमने रूक F8 पे छोड़ी थी पोजीशन, और उसके बाद किंग H2 बिशप D7 भी देख लिया था, और हमारा C6 वगैरह खेलने का इरादा था ब्लैक से, पर व्हाइट इसीलिए he also activated himself a little bit. He plays A4, rook B8, A into B5, A into B5, and B4. So taking in more space on the queen side, and black does go for C6.
Yeah.
Like pointed out, Harshit.
Yeah.
Take knight into C6 and rook B1. This is the current position. आपको क्या लगता है, ये equal है fully, या one of the two sides can play for something, क्योंकि B5 pawn weak है, पर B4 भी तो weak है.
दोनों पॉन्स वीक जरूर है, but I think that this E3 and E4 pawn somewhere they do open up the F file, but kahin na kahin I feel they might be a little weak, especially with the knight on C3. White's position feels a little loose, I must say. I like how the game is going, but on the other hand, as you mentioned, the B5 pawn is also weak, so and the D4 square is also covered. So of course, some pros and cons for both the sides in this position. Seems pretty balanced, but Nihal's clock is very good, so I like it.
Yeah, definitely something to be happy about. जो हमने अब तक उनके games देखे, वहाँ पे वो बहुत low on time आ रहे थे, and this is definitely a cheerful situation for us. उनके teammates को भी काफी relief होता होगा देख कर कि उनके पास इतना सारा time है. Do you want to have a look at SL's game? Oh, we did. Sorry. So maybe time to go back to Vidit's game against Nodirbek, and Bishop G3 has been played. Do you think we can also have a look at maybe some other teams, how they are doing?
Yeah, maybe we could check this interesting game, Maxim Rodstein versus Hans Niemann. Very interesting game between Israel versus US.
Wow, what is this position? Beautiful suggestion there.
Exactly. What is this position, Soumya? Please explain to us what's happening.
I wish I knew. I just want to enjoy this position for now. I thought at first sight, I thought white is a piece up, okay? Because I only saw this bishop on E7, and then suddenly I was like, oh, यहाँ पर भी एक bishop है जो अब तक सो रहा है, कुछ नहीं कर रहा, पर वो है. It
how much? सोने दो.
On the other hand, white has this open, black has this open file, तो queen E8, queen H5 और queen H1 mate हो सकती है future में, and इसीलिए किंग G2 खेल दिया है. अभी रूक H1 आएगा और व्हाइट मेट करेंगे ब्लैक पर. सो who is mating whom is the real question. यहाँ पे queen E8 I think must be played, because you cannot let the knight live on G6 forever. It's going to eat up all of your pieces and checkmate you at some point.
Okay.
That's my brief evaluation of the position, that white's idea is to checkmate black and black should prevent it.
Here we see Maxim Rothstein playing against Hans Niemann, and we see Ilyas Mirin in the background.
Both of them having a similar haircut. Now we see what happens when you have a straight hair versus curly hair and get the same haircut.
Yeah, and I definitely am not going to have a similar haircut. So I have cut my hair shorter. Not going into that cycle of haircuts. But yes, I think that White would be very happy with this position, as you were mentioning. Queen E8, Knight E7, Queen E7, Rook H1 might be something that we see. Um, and might see Rothstein taking down Hans, but Hans is of course very strong, so might be fighting resiliently to defend this.
I am curious to see how Shirov is doing. Another legend of the game against Igor Kovalenko. Shirov has switched back to Spain from Latvia. वो बहुत साल तक स्पेन के लिए खेले पहले उनके प्राइम इयर्स में, और फिर उन्होंने अपने होम कंट्री लैटविया के लिए खेला कुछ साल. लास्ट फ्यू इयर्स ही वाज प्लेइंग and living in Latvia, and now
Look,
he's
we have him on the camera.
Oh, wonderful. We also see Chuki there. Oh, we also saw Chuki there for a brief moment. And this is Shirov, and that is Miguel Santos, our friend next to Shirov. We actually met him in a football camp. We must tell our chat about that story at some point. And he's also a commentator on Chesscom Spanish, in fact.
Yeah, a good
and a
friend.
Beautiful tattoo there. We would love to get a closer look if we can.
That is true. Ronak also getting a tattoo on his right hand. So it seems to be a trend amongst chess players right now.
Definitely. And chat is going for Marathi commentary, Harshit. And in fact, when you and Padu were commenting, I did promise the chat that we will comment in Marathi together. So do you want to comment on Shirov's game in Marathi?
Sure. Maybe you can explain to us. आम्हाला तू शिकू शकते की काय चाललंय काय या पोझिशन मध्ये, काय कळतच नाही मला तर.
फायर ऑन द बोर्ड ॲज युजल. बोर्डवर आग लागलेली आहे नेहमीसारखी शिरोव सरांच्या. आणि इथे C5 आणि आपण बघू शकतो क्लॉक सिच्युएशन पण शिरोव सरांकडे 40 मिनिटं आहेत आणि त्यांचे ऑपोनंट इगोर कोवालेंको रिप्रेझेंटिंग युक्रेन खूप चांगले ग्रँडमास्टर आहेत. त्यांच्याकडे 12च मिनिटं राहिली आहेत आणि खूपच खराब पोझिशन मध्ये 12 मिनिटं असणं ही खूप चांगली गोष्ट नाही. लवकरच
आणि पटापट शिरोव खेळतायत. 38 मिनिटं आहेत क्लॉकवर. 12 मिनिटं कोवालेंकोच्या क्लॉकवर. घोडा E5 वर काय करतोय, F4 नी ढकलेल त्याला. बिशप F3 वर E5 येते, पटापट अटॅक येतोय. सौम्य मजा वाटतेय मला तर व्हाईटची.
खूपच मजा चालू आहे. व्हाईटची फक्त हा घोडा थोडा मिसप्लेस आहे. जर तो पण आला आमचा C4 वर तर राजा बनून राहील. आणि F5 वर येऊन B7 चा बिशप जो एकमेव चांगला पीस आहे ब्लॅकच्या पोझिशन मध्ये त्याला पण खाऊन टाकेल. आता ब्लॅकला D5 ब्रेक शिवाय दुसरा कुठलाच ऑप्शन नाहीये. ब्लॅकला पोझिशन उघडावीच लागणार आहे. व्हाईट ऍक्च्युली नॉर्मल मूव्स पण खेळला तरी व्हाईटची चांगलीच आहे. जरी कॅसल केलं तरी काहीच प्रॉब्लेम नाहीये, कारण नाईट F4 ला आपण बिशप C4 तर ऍटलिस्ट येऊच शकतो नाही का. क्वीन D2 प्रिव्हेंटिंग नाईट F4 मेक्स सो मच मोर सेन्स. आणि D5 आता
गो बॅक टू इंग्लिश.
ब्लॅक let's go back to English. Black has no choice but to open the position. But this has been fun to commentate in Marathi and also watch this game at the same time. Yeah, beautiful game for sure.
Beautiful game. Soumya, seems like as you mentioned, Shirov has a good position. Let's quickly jump back to our Indian boys, see what's happening with them. If there is any update on any of the boards. And actually, Soumya, it seems that S L Narayanan's game is fizzling out in a draw. We saw a few more moves being played.
All right then. So now the C3 pawn is still alive, but after knight A4, C4, rook C3.
Yeah, and we might just see rook A5, knight B6, and a trade.
No, but rook A5, there is rook C4, Harshit, in fact.
Sorry. So what? How is it? What's the line?
No, I was seeing knight A4, C4, rook C3, but यहाँ पे अपना pawn ही जा रहा है ना C4 का. rook E5 के बाद rook into C4.
Yeah, but you can just go bishop E5. Even this is just equal.
Yeah, over here. Even over here, kya?
Yeah, even here or even in the end of the variation. After
Okay.
rook c4, bishop e5, and I have rook a7 coming in. So white is never really in trouble. Rook c4 for
Sorry. Bishop e5
and
and rook a7
rook
coming in
a7.
with
Yeah.
attacking g7, and white is never really in trouble, Harshit says, and we all agree. So this will be a draw most probably, and very soon most probably. Let's
Yeah.
go to Abhijit's game. That is the only game we are in trouble.
Yes, Soumya,
Is it under control? Is it under control or much to worry about, Harshit?
this black basically has no counterplay, has to sit and wait to see what white is going to do, and I never like to play this kind of positions where where your opponent is the one making all the decisions and you just have to wait and see if he will be able to pull through or not, because black has no breaks, Soumya, and it we will have to see if white will be accurate enough to go somehow queen d2 and h4 g5 or break on the king side.
H4 G5 seems like a very tempting and logical idea. There is a very good question in the chat, Harshit. On which board do you think we have a good chance against Uzbekistan? Question asked by Anupam Kumarji. Um, Very good question. We are still
Very good
finding
and very
answers
tough
to
to
that
question
question.
because Uzbek is playing so good, Soumya, in this match. Even the Nihal game, if you could pull up, I think White is doing a very good job to kind of keep it under control. And it seems that on the fourth board, White has Uzbek team has an advantage. Maybe we want Nihal, we want our boy Nihal to somehow strike with the black pieces. That would be great.
And Nihal in a deep think here actually. We left this position exactly at this point 10 minutes ago, and Nihal is still thinking about his move, making advantage of the fact that he has so much time on the clock in the middle game. He's gone into his deep things. I do agree that black has chances here, but I just don't see. I mean, do we just give up this pawn or do we save it? Because knight a7 is not a move we want to play.
डेफिनेटली नॉट, बट करे तो क्या करे सौम्य?
नाइट e7 कैसा लग रहा है आपको? ये पॉन भी डिफेंड हो गई क्योंकि बिशप का रास्ता खुल गया. नाइट e7 खेल चुके हैं निहाल. मैं जो सोच रही थी निहाल वैसा नहीं सोचते हैं. He is okay with going knight e7. I think he did not like rook f6.
Yeah, knight e7 always has to be, you have to be afraid of rook f6, and I would definitely not allow this queen h5 business.
Yeah, and
You
rook
yourself would
f1
have
and
probably loved to play something like this with the white side, especially in such fast time control. Knight d5, as you pointing out, coming in, फटाफट अटैक आ जाएगा, तो इसलिए वो टकाटक नाइट ए7 चलेगा.
definitely. In fact, I remember I won a very nice game against Lee Tinggi in an important tournament. It was also Asian Team Championship 2016. We were playing China, and I won a game in a, not of course same structure, but with this exchange sacrifice rook into f6, where black cannot take queen f6. If black can take queen f6, it's completely fine and black would be winning. But when black has to take g f6, this pawn structure is a terrible one for black and serves as good compensation for white for the sacrificed exchange. So knight a7, that's the reason he decides to be a little passive for now. Queen e2 and rook c8 on the board.
Rook c8 indeed on the board, and I think this game is also pretty much balanced. Soumya, will we see our captain MSD, Mr. Vidit striking?
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go to VD's board, see what's happening. Bishop g3, knight f8, h4 खेल चुके हैं. Very nice. He Vidit definitely in a good mood. h4 shows his intentions. Queen d7, h5, alpha 0 style, h6 भी खेल देंगे शायद. Bishop c6.
Amazing.
And knight e3. यहाँ पर डेफिनेटली एक बहुत ही जूसी स्क्वायर है नाइट के लिए. क्वीन F3, नाइट F5 कैन बी द नेक्स्ट टू मूव्स फॉर व्हाइट, एंड ब्लैक अंडर pressure for sure.
Pressure for sure, Soumya, and uh, it's very nice to see Vidit playing such good chess, Soumya, taking taking putting himself as a leader to the Indian team, and putting black under big pressure with the black pieces, with the white pieces. The knight on f8 looks very, very passive, and if, as you pointed out, white gets queen f3, knight f5. Attack is on the way, guys. Attack is on the way.
Definitely, as we discussed yesterday, Harshit, playing on the top board is a big responsibility, but also a privilege. You get to lead your team. You get to show your show the team how it's done, and it depends on your mindset how you take that situation. And with it, taking this situation really well, handling it really well, he knows what needs to be done, and I see. I see good prospects on this board in this game actually. 28 minutes versus 15, by the way. We should not forget the clock.
Yeah, guys, how's the Josh as Vidit might win in this match and India might win against Uzbekistan? We need your support and energy as India might qualify for the knockout top four stage. Nihal is also playing on the second board with the black pieces. It's going to be a very important match as we might see these two teams clashing again into the knockout section.
Definitely, guys, Pataphat stream like please, so that we can reach more and more people, and more people can watch India perhaps take the lead and win this match, and get a crucial standing in for the qualifiers. मैंने अभी अभी लाइक किया है स्ट्रीम को, आप भी कर दीजिए. हर्षित, डिड यू लाइक द स्ट्रीम?
Yeah, I liked before I joined.
Oh, that's dedication, man. Respect.
What's happening in Nihal's game as we see some moves were played, but by the way, Nihal Vidit definitely better there. So hoping to see a positive result from Vidit there, and knight a7, rook a8 seems like Sindarov is still thinking.
Vidit's no, sorry, Nihal. Yeah, Nihal's position we actually is exactly at the same place we left it. So, yeah.
And then Abhijeet was the fourth round game, was the fourth board game, which I think is slightly on the back foot, Soumya. So need a save there by Vaibhav.
I think he's played a move, Harshit. Knight d5 was played. Just saw the live cam. Knight d5, e d5, and f5 on the board. This is the position in Nihal's game.
Yeah.
So it has changed the nature of the position. These pawns are not doubled anymore. At the same time, black got this f5 break-in, which is always good news in the Spanish. And in fact, we can also, for example, one idea is e4 and get this knight on a7 to e5. It will be a long journey, but a worthy journey.
Yeah.
Maybe here.
And we have a lot of positive energy. Alan Watts saying, like, I am not Indian, but go India. Patrick Bateman, Sudhanshu Ranjan saying, go Team India. Prachi Jain also in the chat asking, how's everything going, Soumya? And Harshit, let's go Team India. Prachi, everything is going great so far. India won the first match against Azerbaijan, and now we are hoping for another victory against Uzbekistan.
Yeah, thank you so much for the support, guys. I'm sure all your good wishes are reaching the team. They are feeling your energy. Let's go. So I actually really like Nihal's position now, Harshit, because it has become dynamic and Nihal has concrete ideas to play for.
Yeah.
Abhi, actually, e4 is bishop trap.
E4 bishop is trapped. And also the black is getting a lot of counterplay. And if he gets queen e7, queen e5 also, it looks so good for the black. Soumya, I think Nihal as well might might be in a good shape.
Yeah, I mean, I cannot see another move except queen d1, because let's say queen f2, we have e4 and we take the c2 pawn.
Yeah.
So
So what do
actually,
you
queen d1 is, he played e4.
Four.
Yeah, that makes much more sense than going back to d1. e4 played f4, queen f2. Sorry. No, f4, and this is the position on the board. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Even this is
someone,
very good. Yeah. Like, let's say we play, in the future, like these are dreams we have, which we might accomplish. Like, these are beautiful dreams to have, na, as black.
for sure, g5, h5, rook g8, g4 looks really good. And Subodhi does think, जीतेगा भाई जीतेगा, India जीतेगा. Uh,
Nice,
Thanks
nice.
a lot for the support, Subodhi bhai.
जरूर जरूर जीतेंगे. और Braille Gebra, I hope I read that right, asks why players' rating is not matching the FIDE rating. That's because they have taken the rapid ratings of the players, not the classical ones. That's the reason their rating is different. And rapid ratings, most of the players के कम है उनके classical ratings से. So yeah, there you go. And which other game? Let's go to VD's game. We can see it here on the stream. His camera, knight e3, rook e8, queen f3 played. So we got that this much right at least. Abhi knight f5 bhi aayega.
Yeah.
And 26 minutes to 12. This is looking good.
This looks very good. How much time does black have? 12 minutes.
Yeah. I'm
He goes
expecting rook
f5.
e7 here.
Very good move here by black, stopping knight to f5, Soumya, and also threatening f4, because after bishop f4 there is knight e6 pinning.
Oh, this is okay. Let's show this. Let's say we play a move like rook d1, then black plays f4, attacking the two pieces we must take, and black comes to e6 with his knight, and this might be already huge trouble for black. White. Let's say
Yeah,
g3.
Yakuboy playing good chess.
Now this structure, as we mentioned, this structure is always a misery to play with either color.
University of Misery. That's where I'm at right now.
Yeah, Harshit is a student at the University of Missouri, and this is a great pun on that. I wanted to ask you, Harshit, about your student life in the US. You are also managing your undergrad studies and playing a lot of tournaments, doing commentary with us. How do you manage all of this? Seconding some players as well, by the way. Yes, let's not forget that.
I just love chess, so it's always very nice to do something related to chess, whether it be playing or whether it be seconding or whether it be commenting. So for me, it's never difficult to do something related with chess.
And I'm sure you have your football sessions going there because you love football, you love sports in general. How much sleep do you?
Everything besides academics is going absolutely great, Soumya.
So football also you are playing, na, regularly?
Yeah, I'm playing a bit of basketball and football here, so I'm trying to keep myself kind of physically active.
So for the chat, I don't know if Harshit has mentioned this in any other streams, but Harshit literally plays all sports and he plays all of them well. I mean, any sport, like all of these table tennis, football, ये दोनों तो मैंने भी देखा है हर्षित को खेलते वक्त, but he mentioned basketball, and you also play tennis, Harshit?
I love to watch tennis, but I'm not so good in playing it.
Harshit ka not so good is still better than the rest of us. So okay. And I'm sure, actually, and I mean, it's wonderful actually. All of these hobbies that you have, I'm sure they also help you in your chess.
Yeah, I just love sports. So it's very nice that I can play a lot of sports here. And for those who don't know, I think Alan Watts asked me what my course is, and I am studying economics at the University of Missouri, and it's kind of it's actually not miserable. It's actually pretty nice. um, I like it a lot. Studying about different concepts. So kind of fun.
Yeah, definitely setting a very good example there, Harshit. You know, you're like managing your studies, chess, and doing so many extracurricular activities. Yeah.
And
You-
Sudhanshu says, "Master of all, Jack of none." Yep, that is exactly me. Coming back to the game somewhere.
Not fair. I do think it's okay, fine. Chalo. Let's focus on the game. I actually think, you know, Harshit, master of, I would put it as master of one and jack of all trades. I think that's a
Thank
more
you.
fair representation of what you do. Rook b5 uh, played in SL's game. यहाँ पर हमने छोड़ी थी position and उसके बाद knight d1 was played attacking the c3 pawn twice. Bishop e5, knight c3, rook b7. उन्होंने c5 नहीं लिया है, so SL is like probably trying a bit, you know, g6, rook g7, king h8 would be the way to lose. Guys, tell us quickly in the chat what is the
Patapat.
move you will play. हाँ
Yeah.
एकदम फटाफट. King h8 ला तुम्ही काय खेळणार chat? What will you play for king h8 here as white? King f8, rook h7, knight e4 played and f3. ये है live position SL के गेम में.
Yeah.
ऑफ कोर्स इक्वली है पर काफी लाइवली हो गई है पोजीशन दो मुंह पहले से. लेट्स जस्ट पुट इट दैट वे. और रुक c7 के बाद मतलब नाइट हटेगा अभी और फिर रुक c7 के बाद c5 पॉन अटैक करेंगे. सो मोस्ट प्रोबेबली वो नाइट d2 जाएंगे सो दैट रुक c7 को c4 खेल सकते हैं एंड दे कैन कीप द c4 पॉन सपोर्टेड विद द नाइट.
Yeah. Somewhere, a lot of players saying rook d7 check, winning the rook, but there was one more nice move
नहीं,
there.
we have to be ruthless, opportunistic. कल ही
And
हमने अभिमन्यु से सीखा है कि opportunistic players बहुत आगे जाते हैं लाइफ में. रुक g7, king h8 को we have to grab the opportunity with both our hands and checkmate black, guys. Rook g6, Samir
found by,
Sangam
yep,
on
good
the
job,
spot.
Samir. Yeah.
On the spot, and this is checkmate, guys. We do not allow the king to come back to g8. We control that square and give a check, a discovered check with our bishop. So GG Samir.
Yeah.
King f8, f3, knight g5 was played, and rook a7. So yeah, equal position, but the game is going to go on for many more moves, and it might we could
It's
see some surprises here.
we might see some surprises. I agree, because Black's king is a little weak, so I think that White is the one who will have some chances in this game somewhere, but
Mm-hmm.
still should be a draw. As I expect Vakidov to make. What is happening in some other games? Do we have any other interesting updates?
I really am curious to see how Abhijeet has been holding up.
Mm-hmm.
Has there been any progress here?
Yeah.
So we left it after knight g6 over here and bishop g3 खेला white ने. Knight
Mm-hmm.
e5, h4, h6 and knight e3 on the board. So g5 तो फिलहाल possible नहीं है क्योंकि we will take with the knight.
Yeah.
So white goes back, knight e3. He wants to play d4, I guess. You know, c4 pawn support कर दिया है उन्होंने और g4 भी और अभी d4 खेल के. But once you play d4, the e4 pawn becomes a target.
Yeah. You have to be very careful while pushing pawns, because as soon as you push these pawns, uh, they are going to make some weaknesses because the d3 pawn controls both the e4 and c4 pawn. So have to be very careful. Maybe g4, g5 is the break that I would be scared of in general with black
Definitely.
in this kind of positions.
Hmm.
Soumya, we need some energy from our chat towards the players. We need some victories. What's happening in the Vidit game? Is he managing to create some chances, or is Yakuboev playing very accurately and holding his own?
So Vidit played a good move here. He played knight f1.
Uh-huh.
We did not really expect this. I think it's pretty tricky. यहाँ पे f4 खेल सकते थे black actually, but he did
Hmm.
not play that. He played rook e4. So white quickly went bishop e5. Now f4 will not block our bishop. We need not take it anyway. So black played knight e6 और ये है current position. Knight g5 है अभी next move आ रहा है तो
Yeah, rook g4 is also coming. So black is getting his own counterplay, and Yakuboev is an extremely talented player. He's also from my age group. I've seen him do very well in these age group events as well, and showing why he was the part of the winning team in the Olympiad, Soumya, and Vidit has to find a way to try to keep some chances.
Yes, definitely. I think queen h3 would be a good move here, Harshit, because हमें queen को किसी active square पर रखना है. So I thought we can go queen h3, knight g5, and queen h2. What do you think of this plan?
Yeah,
Maybe
seems
g4
interesting.
here, and it's
G4,
a
F4
little,
still coming in. Uh, I think
yeah.
that Black has played very well so far, Soumya.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, black is handling this position really well. And we need to see how white is going to follow up. Very impressive play by black for sure. Do you want to quickly look at some other teams and come back to the Indian team? Maybe Shirov's game, we left it. We were very excited. हमने थोड़ा मराठी कमेंट्री भी कर लिया एक्साइटमेंट
Yeah,
में तो ये पोजीशन है
Shirov,
उनकी करंटली
Shirov's
अच्छी
game,
करनी
I think that he has उन्होंने बहुत ही मतलब kept the advantage बहुत अच्छे से और
है
सौम्य class is permanent and Shirov showing just why he was one of the strongest players और क्या ही मजा आ गया मतलब देख के कि still in great form.
Definitely, and for the chat, let us tell you that Shirov, one of the most creative geniuses of chess, one of the biggest creative geniuses of chess, उन्होंने दो किताबें भी लिखी है अपने games पर annotated games है, and the title of the book. Can you tell us, chat, what are the titles of those two amazing books, which are a staple for every chess player? b5 on the board. Can you see what he's done here? f5,
Oh my
and
lord.
Shirov did not move his knight to g5, which was the most natural move here. He plays b5. So if you take, I take the queen, you take the queen, and I take your bishop. And even though the material is equal, my pawn is on b7, and it's going to be supported after bishop a6 and maybe queen in a few moves.
Two such strong player by Shirov Soumya. I think this might be a very nice game for the Spanish team against the strong team of Ukraine. Um, might see Spain taking down Ukraine in this match because of this victory.
Yeah, definitely. A beautiful game there by Shirov, deserving of game of the day in case he gets this full point in. And yes, Chad, you're absolutely right. The name of the book is Fire on the Board, and the second book was Fire on the Board Part 2. Beautiful games by Shirov there, annotated by the maestro himself. Did you have this book as a while you were an upcoming player, Harshit?
I did not have this book, Soumya, but because of how much firecrackers I used to burst in Diwali, I think that I didn't need any more fire in my life.
That's hilarious. Oh God. That's a hilarious take. I actually really liked this book. I had both the versions and I loved them. And they definitely, I generally used to love all these imaginative sacrificial games, and they made a huge impression on me while I was a teenager.
Mhm. Maybe we
Um,
can go back to our Indian team, see what's happening here. If
Definitely.
they have some Diwali dhamakas happening.
निहाल की गेम पे जाते हैं क्योंकि पोजीशन काफी चेंज हो चुकी है. वो G5 खेल चुके हैं. E4
Mhm.
F4 पे छोड़ी थी हमने पोजीशन. Rook A1, Rook C7, supporting the knight. Knight free में नहीं देना है हमको. So we support the knight. Knight F3, G5 and Rook A6. Attacking D6 pawn, but we can support it with Queen F6. उनका आइडिया है कि वो और प्रेशर डालेंगे हमारे नाइट पे, फिर हम पीछे आ जाएंगे और फिर वो बिशप से पॉन खा लेंगे एंड से दैट तुम्हारा अटैक तो अब तक स्टार्ट भी नहीं हुआ है और हम ऑलरेडी पॉन अप हो चुके
He
हैं.
can even just go bishop c8, right? Did he just miss this move? Because with the queen protects the pawn on d6, Soumya,
Nice.
and if the rook goes to b6, we might as well be able to take rook takes c2, perhaps. Uh,
Pretty
yes,
tough.
trying to be tricky like Nihal, winning a pawn. And if you go back with the rook, then Soumya, we can advance h5, g4. So
I think he's going to go back to A5 and attack the
oh,
B5 pawn thrice because
and
now
then
the
attack
bishop.
the knight, maybe, yeah. Try to
Next move he'll
corner our
play
knight.
this.
Rook
So
a1,
let's
queen
say we
f2.
go here, he'll go to A1 and attack our knight.
Mhm.
So I think Rook A6. I am really interested to know why can't we give up this B5 pawn? Do we really care about it so much?
Mhm.
चलो H5 भी खेल देते हैं या maybe we can distract the
What did he
queen.
play? He played queen f6 and he played it in a very, very confident way.
Yeah, Queen F6 is the line we are looking at, Harshit, actually.
Yeah. Queen f6 has been played somewhere. Beautiful.
And this is like one position that we could get after Queen H6 because I don't see how he's going to exchange more pieces immediately. He can't really force it. Like Rook C7, we can go Rook G7
G7.
or Rook H7. And
But Rook G7, there is Rook 8.
oh, so yeah, Rook 8 could be an issue.
I don't want, I'm a little scared to allow this.
Aye, but we'll win the exchange now.
Oh.
I'm also good at tactics.
Oh, you're very good at tactics. I know that.
But maybe this is still okay. He'll give it up and
Crazy,
this
crazy
pawn
position.
is too strong. You know?
Yeah. Crazy.
I've gone too far ahead, but just to show the chat a few ideas that can happen in this position. तो ऐसा नहीं है कि black का ही बस attack आ रहा है. White has his own ideas. I think he'll surely play rook here.
Yeah.
Rook F1. I don't see other moves.
And Secretary Saab from Tarak Mehta Ka Ulta Chashma, Atmaram Bhide says, आग लगा दिया.
आग लगा दी आपने बोर्ड पे. फायर ऑन द बोर्ड के लिए. नाइस नाइस. अच्छा, उसका हिंदी ट्रांसलेशन अगर कभी होगा उस किताब का तो उसका टाइटल ये होगा, आग लगा दिया. मत. अच्छा सजेशन है. और Sanjay Mistry feeling very optimistic. He says Nihal will definitely win this game. We hope that happens.
Yeah, maybe we can look quickly also if Vidit had some chances in his own game, as we saw that Black was doing very well in that game. Yakubov showing some very nice tech play there, knight e6 and bringing his knight as well.
Vidit is still thinking. He has not yet made his move.
Wow.
Because he is in a spot of trouble here. He needs to be more accurate than usual. When you're on the back foot, you need to find some moves, and they could be like some ideas that are like basically holding, and they could be only moves as well. So you need to be a little more accurate while you are defending.
Yeah. So knight e6 is still thinking. Soumya, we did not have a look at Abhijeet's game in some time. Did he somehow manage to make some progress
All
in
right,
that game.
let's go. Abhijit, this is the live position in Abhijit's game. ये बहुत चेंज हो चुकी है पोजीशन.
Yeah.
H4 नाइट H4 को हमने C6 के बाद नाइट E3 पर लास्ट देखी थी ये पोजीशन. Black played A6. He is going for the plan you had suggested 20 moves back, Harshit. He is going to go for the B5 break now.
Finally.
A4 and B5 on the, yeah, finally we have B5 on the board. AB5, AB5, CB, CB, and finally black has some breathing space. Queen E2, and we have this as the live position. So we have given up the D5 square, but white has a lot of weaknesses. So we can always attack them, and मुझे लगता है ये पोजीशन बहुत ज्यादा एटलीस्ट खेलने के लिए आसान है than this one, 5 moves ago with nothing to play for.
Yeah. And Student of Tal says, once Grishuk said in commentary, if there is a weakness in position, just give up that weakness and there is no worry to worry about the weakness.
Yes, not only Grishuk, even Nihal
But
said
Nihal,
this after one of his CGC games. Yes.
Yeah.
So, two greats of the games recommending us to.
And Soumya, we have our first result. S L Narayanan making a draw against Wakhidov Shamsuddin, a very good result for the Uzbek team as he manages to hold the strong S L Narayanan with the black pieces.
Yes, certainly a good result for Uzbekistan. This was the final position, and we discussed it. Basically, the position got repeated twice. Abhi black rook d5 खेलेंगे तो 3 times repeat हो जाएगी position.
Yeah. Soumya, Nihal has gone for G4 and he's going for a big attack, but it's also very
they're playing really fast. Oh my God, I just saw him. Yeah, it's actually, I think, the same line which we saw. Rook, Queen f6, Rook f a1, Knight c8, Bishop b5. And he did not take Bishop b5 like we had discussed. He goes for g4 directly. So, hg4. By the way, chat को बता दे, Bishop d7 को यहाँ पे gf3 एक intermezzo आएगा. And white cannot take Queen f3 because Rook d7, Queen g4 will not lose the Rook because of Rook g7, and we are a piece up in this position. So this tactic does not work out well for white. And Queen b5 is a move we don't want to play. यहाँ पे बहुत सारे mating ideas है. Even actually
Queen g7 is very good, but there is Bishop g4.
Sorry, there's a technical. What happened there? Queen g7, Bishop g4, and we have a move like Rook c2 as well. So we have options.
Yeah, many options. So let's stick with the live board as Sinderov is about to make a move. At g4, Bishop g4, and he's thinking here as his clock is ticking down. Almost 5 minutes left on his clock. Is not an easy position to play with such less time, but objectively he's doing very well. And if we could just please have our producer bhai to see if the game has been going on properly. But Soumya, it's an interesting position. If we can maybe just look at the players and see what their expressions say.
Darshit, we are just give us a couple of seconds chat. We are trying to fix a small technical issue here, but crucial stage. We are at a crucial stage of the games right now. What's happening?
Yeah, it's a very, very exciting position. Last few minutes left, Soumya, for both players. So it's going to be very interesting to see if Sinderov manages to play well in time pressure, or will Nihal manage to trick him like he usually always does, trick me. Sinderov thinking, guys, he's about to touch his A rook. You can see his coach Ivan Sokolov is watching from the from the back there. And about to touch his A rook is Sokolov.
Yeah.
What is happening? Yeah. And what happened is, has he made a move after bishop g4? He's played rook to h1. Rook to h1 has been played. Rook to h1 has been played. And now black is completely back in the game. Rook to g7 maybe could be played by Nihal. After rook
Yeah.
g7, he is going to have some mating ideas with bishop f3, queen h4 check coming in. Looks very, very good. In the meanwhile, seems like all the focus is on Vidit's board. What is happening on that board?
Wow.
Uh, h6 played and queen h4, rook f5 played, and seems like black is better here as queen f7 is coming and the h5 pawn is going. So tough position here for Vidit, guys. Rook f5, and Vidit is thinking with about 5 minutes left on his clock. He goes g4. What is that? And now black is a very strong move, guys. After g4, knight to g5. Will he find it? Will he find it? He's about to make a move. Rook into e5 also very, very dangerous. Vidit is in some small trouble here, guys. Vidit in small trouble as rook into e5 is a very strong idea here. Also knight g5. We can see here Vidit very focused. This can be a big result if Yakubov manages to defeat Vidit with the black pieces. It's going to be very hard for India to make a comeback. Guys, will he find it? क्या हो रहा है? 8 minutes versus 6 minutes left. Very, very tense. Very, very tense, guys. We have to have VD hold this somehow, or have Nihal win, because Abhijeet also seems in a slightly difficult position, but he's fighting, and it's all three results possible on that board. But with this game is going to be crucial.
Definitely. Very, very crucial win, crucial game here, and g4 on the board, Harshit. Do you think black is completely better here, or does Vidit have any chances to save it? Is a move like rook e5 possible, for example?
Yeah, it is actually very strong, Soumya. As you mentioned, rook e5, d5, d4, your tactical sense tingling in here. And after d4, the bishop on c6 opens up, knight comes to g5, and I don't know what will Vidit do.
Yeah, because for example, d4, cd, queen d4, and our king is feeling extremely, sorry, not queen d4, but knight d4, and our king is feeling extremely vulnerable on g1, especially with the queen on h4. विदित की क्वीन हमेशा साइड ऑफ द बोर्ड पे ही क्यों रहती है? पहले के गेम में भी क्वीन b5 पे थी, बट वी सॉ मिरेकल हैपनिंग इन दैट गेम. सो इन दिस गेम आल्सो मे बी miracle will happen with it, Harshit.
Hopefully, Soumya. But
Chat is
Yakubov
saying कि
played
Abhijeet
excellent
has
chess.
already equalized, so you want to quickly go and look at that board because maybe we have some hope here. No, the game is at exactly the same position as we left it.
Yeah, but has still many chances in this position. But White is definitely still better in this position. Soumya, it's going to be the crucial point in this match is going to be if whether or not he plays rook takes e5 or knight g5.
In with its match, right?
Yep.
And how about Nihal's game? Let's just quickly go to that game and
Yeah.
see what's happening. And then we stick to VD's game for a while.
Yeah, Nihal has good chances after the move rook to g7, Soumya.
He's thinking, he has time, he can take his time and think. You did suggest this a few minutes ago, rook g7, and materially white is a pawn up, but वो pawn अब तक बहुत पीछे है queening square से. It's still on b4 only. We don't need to worry about it for now, but white surely needs to worry about his weak king on h2, and that is what we are targeting for now. So next move हमारा क्या रहेगा यहाँ हर्षित? Let's say I go back bishop d3 and want to play b5, b6, b7. Maybe not b7 because it will be free, but b6 तक लाना चाहूंगी.
What he took? He took.
What
Soumya,
would
he
be?
took. He took on e5. Yakubov is playing excellent chess here, and Vidit is in big trouble now.
g4, rook e5, d5, d4 on the board.
Yeah, and now he's in very big trouble. I don't know what Vidit will do. Yakubov has played tremendous chess in this game.
Uzbek
Putting Vidit
players
on the back foot.
extremely good in dynamic positions. We have seen how well they have played in the Olympiad as well. Not a team to be underestimated at all. Kubo handling this extremely well now. Knight g5. What if I just leave the pawn on d4, Harshit? Bishop f3 जा रहा है. वो एक another problem है जो solve करना
c3 is
पड़ेगा.
also a
Queen
threat.
f2 जैसे move को भी knight.
Yeah, queen f2, knight g5, because then knight h3 is also forking the queen. Knight f3 can't defend everything here, and Vidit looks very, very nervous. Soumya knows that this is not going to be easy to defend. I don't even know if he goes knight h2, which is the best move. So at least fighting very hard.
But what if I take the pawn now? Knight h2, d into c3.
Yeah, you can just take a pawn because after rook c3 you will have queen d4 check. So also
queen
looks
d1
very,
even.
very. Yeah, queen d4 also just picks up the rook.
Yeah, queen d4 is picking up a rook. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is. And knight h2, maybe some other moves like d3 are also possible.
Even knight g5 just to completely trap the queen on h4 looks very, very powerful. d3, as you mentioned, looks very, very good to Soumya. This is actually University of Misery.
Oh, that's very disappointing indeed, because at some point we were really rooting for white, and suddenly after this move f5, a brilliant move here by
Superb idea to take
Yakubov.
control of the square.
The game turned around in his favor, and Vidit was defending throughout, and Nodirbek not giving any chances. He has played excellently all of his moves. Just look at the quality of his moves. F4, F3.
Superb game.
Very energetic play as well.
Yeah.
Rook coming to F5, attacking the H5 pawn. G4 was played. Then
And
he
now
took
it's a
rook into
superb idea.
E5.
Wow. Not at all an easy decision, but finds it. Yakubov, Nodirbek, and after knight h2, he's thinking, if I'm not wrong.
He is thinking, and it's an excellent game so far by Nodirbek, but we must see if he can convert this, or he gives Vidit chances to defend, and we can save a half a point at least on this board. Do you want to?
Nihal's game
do you want
is
to look at
heating up.
Nihal's game, because that was amazing. Yeah, that looked
heating
so
up.
great.
Here after king h8, rook g8 was played, and of course d3 in the meantime, rook d1, lot of moves everywhere. Don't know what to focus on, but let's
g1 and rook g8 and
yeah.
rook g F7 and king F1. Sorry, rook G8. I'm sorry about that. Rook G8 was played and king F1. And now suddenly the rook, it seems as if white never castled, the rook is back on H1, but it's not doing much. It's not creating any ideas against black's king at
Yeah,
least, but
and
it is
maybe we can
preventing an
bring the other
idea
rook.
like, huh?
Bring the other rook maybe into the action. Go all in. Rook C G7.
Rook C G7 is
And you know the
a
idea.
suggestion, huh?
Let's say
Yes,
bishop F3, you take GF3.
huh?
Then I go queen to H4. Maybe you can show it. Like if you go
Beautiful. Let's
bishop.
let's show this. Let's say white goes bishop D3, normal looking
Yeah,
move.
yeah.
We play bishop F3, GF3, and beautiful
Bam.
suggestion by Harshit. Queen H4, sacrificing a whole queen for nothing but checkmate on
Yeah,
G2. Beautiful spot there, Harshit. And Nihal will definitely not have missed tactic like this. So let's see what Nihal goes for. King F1, and Nihal is still thinking. He must play a move though. He has 4 minutes on the clock. Um, we must. I think we should stick to this game because we might see Nihal doing his magic on this board.
yeah. And Soumya, this is what I do during my own game. I look for tactics which my opponent might miss, and I might win the game. And sometimes it works, and I win the game.
Oh, that's actually a very good tip, Harshit. So even in any kind of position, just keep looking for tactics which your opponent will miss. Your opponent might be tempted to go for, and you can turn the game in your favor. And that's probably what Vidit did against Shariar as well.
Yep, yep, yep. Have to keep fighting. Queen to G7 was played by Nihal
Nihal?
and Soumya. All three games are now completely complicated. Anything can happen, guys. Even Abhijeet's game has kind of opened up to all three results here. We see Narayanan was the only game drawn. Um,
Oh, and look at Abhijeet's opponent's time. He's down to 2 minutes. Abhijeet has 1.5 minutes more than him. This is a huge advantage in a rapid time control game where the increment is only 10 seconds.
yeah, yeah. Very, very
Definitely
exciting.
white is better on the board, but black is better on the clock, which also counts for something.
Yeah. Don't know where to go, Soumya. All games are exciting. Maybe we could quickly have a look at Vidit and see if he is managing to survive.
Definitely. Can we just look a little bit longer at Abhijeet's game and show some ideas for black? What could it be that black is playing for in this position? Queen F3 on the board, by the way.
Yeah, but it is indeed a big advantage for white, Soumya, as the knight on H7 is completely trapped.
But can I play rook F8 and rook A1 and exchange more pieces and try to keep the position under control?
Yeah, I guess that is what Abhijeet Gupta will be trying to go for. Um,
Yeah, try to exchange more pieces should be black's attitude in a position where he is on the defensive and his king is slightly weaker. So with that, let's go to Vidit's game, right? We want to look
yeah,
at Vidit's game now. Knight H2 and D3 was Yakubov's choice. He had
yeah.
options. He goes for D3, rook D1, and knight G5 with the
King
threat to
G2.
take bishop F3 actually.
Yeah,
So king G2, protecting G2, protecting F3, and is a move like queen D5 possible here? You are threatening queen A2 as well as knight F3.
yeah. And Sanket says Stockfish only flavors Black and VD's game by just 0.3. So yeah, still some chances. I agree, but Sanket, practically, I think it's very, very easy to play with the black pieces in this position. But with it, still definitely very much in the game somewhere.
Yeah, because why black does need to find a breakthrough now because queen d5, as I see, there is queen f2, which covers both the pawns, and now queen e5 is not possible because we give up our valuable pawn on d3. So black doesn't have a concrete route to advantage, which is a good sign. He has only 1 minute 50 seconds versus 3 minutes for VD.
Yeah.
So d2 has been played. D2 followed by e6 by white. Knight into e6. Is it possible?
Knight into e6 will run into queen f2, and now the d2 pawn will be hanging. Soumya, very interesting play by VD.
Yeah, cool move there. Why didn't he go for queen f2 directly?
Because after queen f2 directly, there was knight f3 followed by queen g4 tactic. With it very, very sharp here. Also, yeah, I am
Wow.
being sharp because of the puzzle rush that we did.
This is very nice checkmate that black could have got on the board, but VD ever so alert, doesn't miss anything. As Harshit said, keep on looking for tactics that might work out in your favor in a defensive position or any position.
And
E6.
Nihal schemes. Soumya, what is happening there? Has Nihal made a mistake?
So this is the current live position in Vidit's game with 40 seconds for black. We are going to Nihal's game now. Nihal has played Rook CG. He did play Rook CG7 in that position with the idea that we showed. Queen F2, Bishop F3, GF3 and Rook G3. Why do you think has Nihal made a mistake? Bishop D7, Bishop G4?
Yeah, now Bishop D7 and Bishop F5 check is coming. Rook
Bishop
A7
F5.
is 97 played by Nihal. But Soumya,
Rook
the
G3
white,
was unnecessary to allow the bishop to come here. But even
white,
Bishop F3 may be not required, yeah?
white's pawn on B5, I don't know how will it be stopped, because I don't see how black is going to be able to generate counterplay. Tough spot for everyone right now.
Oh, this is tough. This is getting tough. Uzbek team really handling their positions very well. We must give credit where credit is due. They are playing very well, but of course, we root for our boys who are giving it their all. And it's a big fight, guys. With time pressure, anything can happen. Bishop e6, maybe rook b8 now. Looks like a decent move to play here, attacking the b4 pawn.
Yeah, looks very interesting, Soumya.
Oh, but then rook
He
d6
played
with
rook
the
8 to
idea to
b6
play.
though. And now I think white can just pick up the pawn on d6 after rook 8 g6, which was played.
This is actually white is handling his advantage very well after rook d6. We are threatening bishop g8 check and king g8 and rook into f6. Yeah, let's hope that there can be some turnaround.
Soumya. And this looks tough. And also, if you go to Abhijeet's game quickly, seems like Vakhidov is completely winning. Soumya, this is a very tough round. Very bad, in very bad shape Indian team.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
Where did he win?
93 just wins the rook, wins the piece.
Oh my God, this is not, oh, this is so tough actually. Knight e3, rook e1 not possible because it's controlled and we simply pick up the knight on d2. This is getting very painful to watch. Definitely, we don't want to see our team lose.
No, this is just over, Soumya, as he's a piece up. It's completely lost.
Yeah, completely lost position for our friend Abhijeet Gupta here, trying for some tactics with queen e4 and queen h1 checkmate, but white will obviously not allow it. White will play queen d5. He has queen a6, maybe even c4 here, or any move with in fact queen d3 is the threat, so that's all we need to prevent. So queen f7 was played, queen d3, queen f8, king h7. That is what happened. Black has given up two pieces now. Sorry, queen d6, queen d3, queen f8, king h7. We will pick up the e3 knight, but no, actually we won't after bishop f2. We won't even pick up the e3 knight. There is queen e4, but then we go knight g2. Yeah, this is completely lost. And
Soumya, actually, Vidit's game is a draw, as there is a repetition happening on that board. After knight f3, king f3, queen e3. Actually, it's not even a repetition, but king f3, queen e3. Yeah, it is some sort of a repetition. Queen e3,
How
king
will
e2,
you make a draw
f3 check.
f3? And where do you go with your king? Because king f1 is a checkmate.
Yeah, king h.
King g3 is lost because of f2.
Yeah,
Or maybe king g. No,
no,
king
it's not
g3
lost.
should be fine. F2 and we
King
have
g3 and then queen e1.
queen e1 and queen h1. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry. This is the position on the board now. King g3, queen e1, king h3, keeping the queen supported, and we could play queen h1 here. But then even king g3, queen g2, king f4 and f2. Harshit.
It was king h3 and now queen e2 is the only move. Will he find it? King h3, queen e2 is the
So
only
Vidit
move.
could win this if he doesn't find it, because f2, king g2, queen e2, there is queen into f2, and this is winning for white. So queen e2, the only move.
But the thing is, Soumya, even Nihal is completely lost.
He does play queen e2. We can see it on the live screen. Queen e2, queen g3 might be the only move to prevent checkmate.
Wait. Oh no, what is happening?
Queen g3 is the only move. Which game are you focusing on? Now f2.
Oh, Nihal is lost. Nihal is lost. He had a chance. Soumya, instead of queen g3,
Oh,
rook
he
d2,
did.
he had a chance.
He did. Let's just go there quickly. Let's not miss it. Rook 8, g6. We left it here. What happened? Where did he have a chance and what
After
happened
bishop
there?
f5, king g7, d6, there was rook to d2.
Oh, rook to d2. Beautiful move here. But rook g1 is what he doesn't like. And then rook d1. And then you pick up this rook. Yes, of course. He did not play it. He played
Yeah,
queen g3.
yeah,
And
and
rook
he has
h3. He missed
resigned.
this.
He has
He missed
resigned the
this.
game. Nihal has lost against Sindarov, and this game of Vidit is going to be a draw, which means that Uzbekistan is going to beat India 3-1, Soumya.
Oh, this is very unfortunate, Harshit, especially considering Nihal had this beautiful chance here. It's really unfortunate that he missed rook h3, queen g3. He thought that queen f3, queen e2 is the checkmate after de7. Let's just quickly show it to our chat, but he missed this idea with rook h3 that supports the pawn on f3, and he probably also didn't realize that the g1 square is controlled with the queen, and that's how he lost the rook on e7, and then
Yeah,
he
and Vakhidov is also completely winning Soumya. So
very, very tough round for the Indian team. 100%, I agree. Let's quickly show the chat how this game progressed. King h3, queen e2. We left it at queen g3, f2, threatening to go f1 queen. So rook f4, the only move to prevent the queen. F1, rook f1, queen f1, and
yeah,
equal pawn endgame in the queen with queens on the board. King h2, queen e2, queen g2, queen e5, queen g3, and queen d5, queen f2, queen e4. This is the position we have, and it's completely equal, even though both the players are still playing. Of course, Vidit will play maybe 50 more moves, but
yeah.
it's going to be
G3,
difficult
queen
to get
e5,
any
king
win
g2,
in this
queen
position.
c3, and there is going to be some sort of a perpetual Soumya.
Yeah,
King g8.
king g2 on the
Actually,
board, queen c3,
it's
queen
not even
f5.
clear if there is a perpetual, but yeah. And on the other hand, Abhijeet Gupta has resigned, so Uzbekistan has already won the match. The score is 2.5, as you can see, and this is the last game remaining. No
This
pressure
was
at all for Yakuboev and Soumya. What a tough day for the
yeah.
Indian team as they won in the first round, but going down.
Yeah, definitely, Harshit. Let's just show how the Abhijeet Gupta game ended. We left
Yeah,
it here. We were looking at a move like bishop f2, supporting the knight, but he plays queen c8, not caring about the knight. He's already a piece up. Queen f5, king h8, and queen f2, just exchanging pieces. in a completely winning position. Queen e4, queen g2, queen g4. Black has equalized in terms of queen, rook, and pawns, but he's a bishop down.
Yeah, and it's Soumya actually, it's not even clear if Vidit will be making a draw. He probably will be, but yeah, I think okay, Vidit will make a draw. So I think the score borderline would be 3-1. Soumya, don't know what to say.
And Black has resigned. Fantastic display by the Uzbek team. We did fall short in this round, I must admit. And Uzbek team just taking all the chances that they got in this round, Harshit.
Yeah, showing why they are one of the best team players in this tournament. Uzbekistan beating India in such a nice fashion, 3-1. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even though on the board their ratings are lower, but we of course should not forget that they are the current Olympic champions. They perform really well as a team. They have the same coach as the Olympiad, Ivan Sokolov, who probably understands what them going, keeps them going as a team. All these factors definitely in their favor, and they are constantly improving, those players.
Yeah.
Even our players as well, but some most in chess, in sport in general, luck also plays a role. Whose day it is also plays a role, and I feel like
Soumya,
it was just not our match.
Someone asked if we still have a chance to qualify in the playoffs, and we most definitely do have a chance to qualify. If you could tell us about that. And also one more thing I wanted to say is that we also won the last round in a kind of a lucky, like I don't want to say lucky, but kind of, in some ways it was a little fortunate as Shakhriyar blundered. So it's kind of a 1-1 equal situation, as we got 1 point and now in this match we lost one, unfortunately, but that's how it goes. That's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. We have one more day tomorrow, and we most likely will qualify.
Definitely. I think if we beat USA tomorrow, which is the last match of the qualifiers, round 5, if we beat USA tomorrow, we are most probably in the top 4 and we make it to the quarters, which is the aim of the qualifiers. So not much to worry about, but definitely the pressure is on our team to make it count when it matters. And I feel they will be up for it. They will definitely be up for it. We got a fantastic win today against a formidable Azerbaijan team. We must not forget that they are the top seeds of this group. And to win against Azerbaijan, definitely something to be proud of. And so there are definitely positives today, but this match has not gone our way, we must admit.
Yeah.
So
and what Queen F4? What?
Yeah.
What?
Queen F3, B4.
And Vidit is losing?
Yeah. This game has also, because King G2, Queen G4 comes with a check and the queens will be.
And Vidit has resigned. Soumya, what?
We did not pay much attention. We were discussing about the team's chances, and quickly the game, we just didn't realize it was a completely drawn endgame. It was a completely drawn endgame. Let's just have a look where the mistake happened. Just all equal. Here already the G2 pawn feels very vulnerable. Maybe it was not as equal as we thought, Harshit, because just look at this position here. King H4 is the only move not allowing the king to G5.
Wow, that was not easy.
That's not easy at all. So maybe this position is not as equal as it looks. And White has to find only moves to save his game. After King G5, G7 was hanging. Sorry, here. After King to G5, Queen G7 is hanging. So White gives this check, King G3, and Queen E5 he goes. And here again, King G2 and King G5 finally. Okay, he first plays B5. And
but now
King G5.
draw.
And now the king pawn on g5, g4 is under attack. Here, maybe queen f2, not the best move. You had to keep this pawn
Yeah, guys.
attacked. Maybe king h3 here could be a
Yeah,
better move. But yeah, these moves are never easy to find. You know, you think queen f2 normal, king g5, again king h3, the only move. Queen g3, not a good move here because after queen e4 check, you are threatening queen into g4. And after king f2, you don't even take queen g4 because you are not forced to exchange, but you give queen f4 check. After queen f4, king f4, this pawn endgame will be lost for white. So white played queen f3, trying to be tricky, but white has this, black had this move b4 in his arsenal, and white is forced to exchange queens and hence lose. For example, king g2 here will run into queen g4 check, and black will be a pawn up in a king pawn endgame. And so VD resigned.
yeah, tough
Yeah,
ground. But guys,
not hard.
that's how it goes sometimes. We still have one more day, so not to be very worried about. We are still going to qualify, guys. So need to be in good spirits. You also need to be in good spirits, guys. हारना जीतना तो चलता रहता है. सौम्या, we will qualify for sure. So a lot, it's nothing is yet done. And what an interesting day it was.
डेफिनेटली हर्षित, मुझे पूरी तरह सहमत हूँ आपसे कि हारना जीतना तो स्पोर्ट का पार्ट है. एक टीम हारेगी तभी तो दूसरी टीम जीतेगी. सो दिस इज ऑल पार्ट ऑफ द स्पोर्ट, एंड स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन्स नो हाउ टू कम बैक. वी नो हाउ टू make it count when it happens. I am sure that tomorrow is going to be brilliant for us and we will make it. We will play against the United States team tomorrow, and do join us for the broadcast which starts at 6:15. Lots to play for in tomorrow's final round match of the qualifiers.
Yes, guys. We'll be back tomorrow at 6:15. So we need your full support for India to go into the knockouts. Thanks so much for joining today. And Soumya, thanks so much for being with me today for commenting. I had a lot of fun, and see you guys all tomorrow.
Definitely. And just before we close the stream, I want to remind the chat that 4 teams qualify, not top 2. 4 teams out of 6 qualify. So we have a very good chance to qualify and make it to the quarters. It was amazing to commentate with you, Harshit, and with Padmini earlier. Loved the stream, but and hope for better results tomorrow. Thank you so much, guys, for joining. See you.